demographic dividend, and you will hear DD pronounced very often, DD referring to demographic dividend. We hope that this is the first of series moving forward, which will put the country on the trajectory to benefit from its demographic dividend. Its growing population, especially of the young people, if we can educate them, skill them, give them jobs, and they will be the economic engine for our development. And with that, I want to say that, Honorable Minister Gorobi, you recall that in our discussion with you as we framed this particular conference, we agreed that we are going to take the country on a trajectory that has hitherto not been walked. We agreed that we are going to reach out not only to government, but also to civil society, to the young people themselves, to make sure that everybody understands the meaning of a demographic dividend, since it is not automatic. And so today we start on that long journey. And with that, our guest of honor, let me give opportunity for Mr. Samuel Omar, our Director for Monitoring and Evaluation, to deliver the remarks of the Chair of the Board, as I was instructed to do. Mr. Samuel Omar.
Thank you, Director General. Our dear Chief Guest, the Honorable Minister for ICT and National Guidance, our dear Line Minister, the Minister of State for Finance, Planning and Economic Development, in charge planning, our honorable members of Parliament present, the representative of the Netherlands Embassy in Uganda, the Director General National Population Council, the UNFPA country representative, religious and cultural leaders present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to read this speech on behalf of the Chairperson National Population Council, Professor Fred Wabwire Mangen. I wish to welcome you, our guest of honor, Honorable Chris Barry-Monsi, the Minister of State for ICT and National Guidance, to this National Demographic Dividend Conference 2023. I want to start by thanking our partners with whom the National Population Council has organized this inaugural conference, including the UNFPA, the Netherlands Embassy in Uganda, Makerere University, Department of Population Studies and the School of Public Health, Maristops Uganda, Pathfinder International, and Population Services International. Our dear guest of honor, the theme for this conference is building a competitive human capital for wealth creation in a world of 8 billion. It reminds us that there are people behind population numbers and that we need to focus on young people, their lives, aspirations, and rights to harness the demographic dividend. In this regard, the National Demographic Conference 2023 aims to bring experts and policymakers together to share their experiences, innovative best practices, and scientific findings relevant to harnessing the demographic dividend and improving the quality of life of our people. Over the last decades, National Population Council has spearheaded the campaign for harnessing Uganda's demographic dividend by highlighting the interplay between changes in the population age structure, economic growth, and development. Our guest of honor, this conference comes at a time when the country is on the right footing to move to action. Countries like Uganda, with a large population of young people and declining fertility, are positioned to benefit the most from the demographic dividend. The more young people grow into well-educated adults with fewer dependents and new opportunities to acquire wealth, savings, and purchasing power, the more they will be able to accelerate economic growth and development. However, the demographic dividend is not automatic. The right policies and interventions are needed to get a higher proportion of the youthful population into economically productive adults. Our guest of honor, I wish to thank the government for promoting appropriate skills development and innovation among young people. However, we still face the challenges of child marriages, teenage pregnancy, and high school dropout rates. Despite government's effort to end discrimination against women and girls, harmful practices such as gender-based violence, child marriages, teenage pregnancy persist with adverse consequences for the girls and their communities. This affects our efforts to fast-track a demographic transition and national development. Therefore, I hope this conference will devise strategies to address some of these challenges. Distinguished guests, as we embark on this noble cause, I propose some strategies that will enable our country to harness the demographic dividend. First, invest in education and skills development. Educating and training the younger population is crucial to ensuring they have the skills and knowledge to enter and succeed in the labor force. This can help increase productivity levels and boost economic growth. Secondly, we need to create employment opportunities for this young population. Creating jobs, particularly for the youth, is essential for utilizing the demographic dividend. The government must invest in manufacturing services and technology to create employment opportunities and attract foreign investment. Thirdly, promoting entrepreneurship and innovation. Encouraging entrepreneurship and innovation can help stimulate economic growth and development. Governments can offer incentives to access funding for entrepreneurs and startups to help them establish and grow their businesses. Lastly, addressing gender disparities, ensuring gender equality, and empowering women and girls can help unlock the full potential of the demographic dividend. The government must invest in girls' education and skills development, eliminate gender-based workplace discrimination, and provide access to family planning services to enable women to balance work and family responsibilities. Distinguished guests, harnessing the demographic dividend requires a multifaceted approach that addresses a range of social, economic, and political factors. Government and policymakers must work together to implement effective strategies to maximize the benefits of this remarkable economic growth and development opportunity. Our guest of honor, the National Population Council, will continue supporting government development efforts. We are confident that together we shall transform Uganda's quality of life and standard of living. We shall continue to advocate for the priorities for harnessing the demographic dividend to enable our country achieve the Vision 2040 targets of growing the country from a predominantly peasant economy to a modern and a prosperous country with a GDP per capita growing from 506 United States dollars in 2010 to $9,500 in 2014. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to take these opportunities again to appreciate our guests of honor for gracing this occasion. I wish also to thank UNFPA, the Netherlands Embassy in Uganda, the Makerere University, Department of Population Studies and the School of Public Health, Mariscopes Uganda, Pathfinder International, Population Services International, and other development partners for supporting the country's population program in general and specifically the National Demographic Dividend Conference 2023. Your contributions has made a significant difference and we highly appreciate it. We have a strong team of speakers and participants from various institutions and expertise. I look forward to an engaging and vibrant exchange of views on harnessing Uganda's demographic dividend. I wish you a pleasant and fruitful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samuel Omar, for that statement of the chair of the NPC. It's now my pleasure to invite the UNFPA representative in Uganda, Dr. Mary Otieno, to make her remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Msinguzi. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Our guest of honor, Minister of Information, Communication and National Guidance, Dr. Chris Baryomunsi, the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development in charge of planning, Honorable Mugolobi, the First Secretary, Her Excellency Ruth Van Zog, representing the Ambassador of Netherlands, the Ambassador of Netherlands to Uganda, Director General National Population Council, Dr. Jotham Musinguzi, the representative of the National Planning Authority, religious and cultural leaders, academia, government partners, civil society organizations, youth representatives, and the media. And I must say all protocol is observed. I'm sure I've left others out, but you are all important and we are glad to have you here. So ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for this opportunity to speak on the important subject of harnessing the demographic dividends with the theme, building a competitive human capital for wealth creation in a world of 8 billion. I also welcome the many experts who have joined us today. Thank you for coming here today. I would like to start by commending the government of Uganda and the National Population Council in particular for organizing this first ever National Demographic Dividend Conference in Uganda. Thank you for bringing us together on this important subject. Ladies and gentlemen, the world reached 8 billion in November last year, and we now have the largest generation of young people in history. And Uganda is no exception, with over 70% of its population under 30 years. The conference theme could not have been more timely. Wherever you go, in many developing countries, including here in Uganda, the one issue that is persistent and constant is the large numbers of youth and the accompanied unemployment and poverty, which are key challenges in attaining sustainable development. According to a study conducted by the government of Uganda last year on the status of unemployment launched by the Gender and Labour Minister Amongi on the 26th of April, 1 in every 2 Ugandans in the working age bracket is jobless, and every employed citizen on average provides for 5 dependents. The report adds that nearly 90% of working Ugandans are employed in the informal sector, dominated by youth, in fields such as welding, construction, carpentry, and other menial jobs. The positive side, however, is that many countries see the youth demographic dividend as a great opportunity. However, this calls for deliberate and investments in this young population to reap the dividend in order to transform countries from predominantly peasant and low-income countries to competitive, modern, and prosperous upper-middle-income countries, which Uganda's aspiration is in its Vision 2040. So these conferences are clarion call to deliver on this aspiration. We applaud Uganda for taking strides to popularize and invest in accelerating harnessing of the demographic dividend. Uganda has institutionalized the demographic dividend in national planning and budgeting frameworks with endorsement from the highest level of leadership by the President, Cabinet, and Parliament. That is why we now see prioritization of job creation for the youth investment capital venture fund, and the parish development model that emphasizes access to resources for young people. Likewise, the United Nations in Uganda has also prioritized investment in youth as one of the flagship initiatives to contribute to the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals and by extension, Uganda's Vision 2040. The joint program on youth envisions the creation of conditions for adolescents and youth, particularly vulnerable and marginalized young people, to access the tools and resources they need for increased well-being and opportunities in life, while strengthening systems' capacities to respond more effectively to their needs across the life course. It also seeks to enhance their participation and engagement in critical emerging issues such as peace and security, environmental conservation, and climate change. There is no doubt that youth are part of the first generation that can end poverty and the last that can avoid the worst impacts of climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a well-known fact that countries with the greatest demographic advantages for development are those entering a period in which the working age will have a low proportion of young dependents and the benefits of good health, quality education, and decent employment. The smaller number of children per household generally leads to larger investments per child, more freedom for women to enter the formal workforce, and more household savings for a secure old age. When this happens, the national economic payoff can be substantial, leading to a demographic dividend. Ladies and gentlemen, with what we already know and with best practices all over the world, what then can Uganda do to rise to this challenge and harness the demographic dividend? What can we do? First, we must address high fertility. There is still a large unmet need for contraceptive services. Let us increase access to family planning and reproductive health care services. We must safeguard the freedom and rights so that families can choose the number and timing of their children. Greater investment in reproductive health services will also reduce unintended pregnancies, prevent the transmission of HIV and other sexually transmitted infections, and help adolescents and youth live healthy lives. Second, we have to ensure that young people get quality education and training. The government should focus on matching education, skills, and the needs of the labor markets. When we encourage entrepreneurs to create more entry-level jobs, we create more jobs for young people, and thus create wealth. Third, we need coordinated planning and investments with a focus on human rights and human dignity. Fourth, we need social protection systems to help end poverty and fight persistent inequalities. These steps will help ensure that no person is left behind. And fifth, generating data and evidence. The government must be able to project and anticipate its demographic futures so that it can plan for the young population, taking into consideration mega demographic trends, understand the way the population is changing, and develop responses that mitigate potentially negative effects. It is only through this that the government can fully harness the opportunities that come with demographic change, such as climate change and rapid urbanization, to mention a few. We therefore look forward to the upcoming population and household census to be held later this year that will give us some pertinent data. In closing, ladies and gentlemen, the what is very clear. It is the how that is challenging. We really must harness the technological and digital opportunities available, rethink the partnerships from governments to private sector, the research community, civil society actors, including youth organizations and networks, and cultural and religious leaders. We need to embrace innovation and provide investments required to enable our scale up and reach those left furthest behind, to lift all out of poverty. Business as usual will not do it. I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the Embassy of the Netherlands for the generous financial support that has enabled implementation of the Uganda Demographic Dividend Roadmap and for funding this conference. We appreciate your support. I would also like to appreciate all the partners that were mentioned here who have contributed to the organization of the conference. UNFPA remains committed to supporting the government with the demographic dividend by ensuring that every pregnancy is wanted, every child that is safe, and every young person's potential is fulfilled. Thank you, and I wish you a productive 2 days. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tieno, for that strong and profound statement from UNFPA. It's now my pleasure to invite the representative of Her Excellency, the Ambassador of the Kingdom of Netherlands, the First Secretary, Ms. Ruth Van. So, please come and deliver your statement.
Thank you so much. Honorable Minister of ICT and National Guidance, Minister of State Planning, Director General of the National Population Council, Country Representative of UNFPA, our keynote speaker representing National Planning Authority, all stakeholders present in your various capacities, specifically the youth representatives, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I bring you greetings from the Netherlands Ambassador, Dr. Karen Boven, and she loved to be here and be present in person at this very important conference, but she could not due to other equally important commitments. On her behalf, I deliver this remark, and I'm really happy to be here today. I will start by sharing on what the Netherlands is doing in Uganda. This year, the Netherlands Embassy adopted a new multi-annual country strategy, running from 2023 to 2026. Strengthening Uganda's opportunities to harness the potential demographic dividend is central in this new strategy and its theory of change. It is within this strategic interest that the Embassy prioritizes the following thematic areas: food security and nutrition, rule of law and human rights, private sector development, and sexual and reproductive health and rights. Inclusion of young people and promoting gender equality are cross-cutting areas in these priorities. Uganda's chances to harness the potential dividend depends on the level of investments and the effective use of these investments towards implementation of the priorities recommended in the Demographic Dividend Roadmap, which was adopted in 2018. Since 2019, through our partnership with UNFPA, the Netherlands support the National Planning Authority and the National Population Council to strengthen compliance and implementations on the demographic dividend priorities by the relevant governmental entities. With this support, an increasing integration and inclusion of the demographic priorities into sectors and programs, annual plans is noticed, and all actors involved should be commended for this milestone. However, we also recognize that insufficient financial allocations, particularly to the Human Capital Development Program, compromises the ambitions and the levels of impact. There is a common understanding to the urgent need to step up investments and efforts. Therefore, this conference under the theme, Building a Competitive Human Capital for Wealth Creation in a World of 8 Billion, is very timely. Through the 2 days, a deep dive will be done into the topics of early childhood development and early learning, compulsory education and retention, youth skilling, technological innovations and employment, sexual reproductive health, ending teenage pregnancy and child marriage in Uganda, and equity, social protection, women's empowerment, and inclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that contextual challenges like the COVID pandemic, inflation, poverty, patriarchy, to name some, have far more devastating effects on the adolescents, particularly teenage girls. Many of them have unfortunately had their education cut because of teenage pregnancies and child marriages, depriving them from a prosperous future and depriving the country from their contribution to the dividend in socio-economic development. Too often, commonplaces and too simplistic statements are made about young people, especially about girls, which are being reinforced through media, policy discussions, in meetings and conferences, and in day-to-day talks. But adolescents and teenage girls are not a homogeneous group, and they have different and complex realities and vulnerabilities. In the principle to leave no one behind, and in the ambition to challenge root causes to poverty and inequality, the discussions these 2 days need to take these realities and their complexities into consideration. As mentioned, complex problems require complex solutions, but I'm sure that everyone here the coming days involved in the conference, all stakeholders with all their knowledge, we will get very far. Guest of honor, a strong multi-sectoral collaboration and accountability is fundamental for securing an effective programmatic approach in delivering the DD priorities. The program-based approach adopted by government provides a very good starting point for this. To enhance the impact of the program-based approach, it's also our request that the program working group are functionalized so the impact of the program-based approach will get to its highest. It is the Embassy's hope and expectations that from these 2 days' engagements, we will be inspired and have acquired new insights for tackling the barriers, including gender inequality, that are hindering the development of a competitive human capital. Thank you for your kind attention, and I wish ourselves a fruitful
Thank you very much for your statement. It's now my pleasure to invite Honorable Amos Gorobi, Minister of State for Finance, Planning and Economic Development, responsible for planning, to deliver your remarks.
Thank you so much. Our chief guest, the Minister of ICT and National Guidance, Honorable Chris Baryomunsi, Honorable Members of Parliament, the representative of the Ambassador of the Kingdom of Netherlands in Uganda, the chairperson or the representative of the chairperson of the National Population Council, the Director General of National Population Council, the UNFPA country representative, our keynote speaker, religious and cultural leaders, representatives of the civil society groups, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to join the previous speakers first in welcoming our guest of honor. And in a special way, I will come here as a champion on matters of population, Honorable Dr. Chris Baryomunsi. I came to Parliament in 2011 and actually found him championing issues relating to population and growth. And he has stuck to this purpose for all that time until today. So I really want to thank him so much. Population issues fall under my portfolio, and that's why I felt that I should recognize him for that. I'm encouraged that the theme for this conference, building a competitive human capital for wealth creation in a world of 8 billion, aligns with the government development priorities. As the theme states, we need to invest in building competitive human capital to achieve our development aspirations. We have many development aspirations, and we have to use the human capital to deliver those aspirations, and to use the natural resources to deliver those aspirations. Therefore, building competitive human capital requires a coordinated effort between government, the private sector, the civil society organizations, and other stakeholders. It's already mentioned that investing in education, promoting lifelong learning, fostering innovation, developing partnerships, addressing equity and inclusion, and developing a culture of long or lifelong learning are all essential strategies for building a competitive human capital requirement. Ladies and gentlemen, the world marks the day of 8 billion on November 15, 2022. The world of 18 billion presents challenges and opportunities we should tap into by investing in our youth and building a globally competitive human resource. We need to prepare for this emerging world, and I'm convinced that investing in a human capital is the most important decision to help us secure our future. Now, mere lip service to the term demographic dividend and hoping it will happen just because we have a young population will not work. We must move from rhetoric to action, put favorable conditions in place, and invest our time and resources where it matters most. To harness the demographic dividend, we must provide our young population with good health care, education, and vocational training, and good jobs. There is need to target new jobs in the growing sectors, such as services and ICT. More significant investments are required in science, technology, engineering, and math to advance innovation. Attention to local content requirements can also ensure that investment projects generate employment and business opportunities for nationals, especially the youth. I thought I should move from the written text and make a special observation here. I had a conversation with the Director General of NPC a few days ago in my office, and we are looking at education, the way we are performing. I looked at the number of pupils in primary. There are over 10.5 million pupils. Now, as you go to secondary, you find that we have 2 million. Now, let me put it this way. In primary one, we have over 3 million pupils. But the pupils sitting in PLE are only 800,000. Previously, there have been 500,000. It's only last year that they increased to 800,000. Now, what happens to the rest of the population? And here we are talking about education. Now, this education is leaving behind a huge proportion of our population. And sometimes we tend to forget this population because they have dropped out of school. And they appear to be the majority, surprisingly. They are the majority. So these interventions, therefore, should equally look at that population that is dropping out. Now, most of these people, I think the civil society organization here will agree with me, are largely found in rural areas. And they are sitting on the land. I've been around for a number of years, and those days when I was growing up, all the people in my village is called Namoranda, were actually serious commercial farmers. And would harvest coffee, and on a tree of coffee, you would get almost a sack full of coffee. Today, when you harvest coffee, you would be lucky to get a small tea of coffee from that tree. The same happens to bananas, the same happens to maize, the same happens to every crop. The point here is that productivity drastically went down. And that rendered farming unprofitable. So everybody saying that agriculture does not pay. But we are not looking at the issue of productivity on the land. Productivity is simply about the yield that you are getting. Now I get to the point. Recently, I was in India. I had visited a certain very large company that has invested in the nexus combining energy, water resources for irrigation, and agricultural production. And they are offering extension services. When I visited them, they had focused on the science of making a crop produce real value for money. Now, for onions, I'll take onions for example, because they support farmers to produce onions. So they produce seed for them. They give them all the necessary information in terms of technology for growing those onions. And on an acre of onions, you get about 15 tons. Each farmer, and these are all ordinary farmers, in an environment that is largely a desert, they are getting 15 tons. In Uganda, when you get half a ton, you would actually celebrate all the way home. And I think this is where we are missing the point. Now, this population that is remaining behind in agriculture, actually pretending to be in agriculture, which agriculture is no longer profitable at all. Now, I saw these Indian farmers making a lot of money from onions. The company is processing these onions into powdered onions, which they sell all over the world. They are producing bananas a day. They produce, using tissue culture, about 4 million banana suckers, which they give to farmers. They plant bananas, and on an acre of bananas, the farmer, because I visited the farmers, they can get $100,000 from that plantation. And I learned a lesson that what this company is doing is to integrate the energy. And this energy is not hydropower, but it is solar energy. So they produce the solar panels, which they avail to the farmers with a subsidy from government of 40%. Now, the purpose of this solar power is to pump the water from underground to make sure that the crop gets water. But on top of that, they provide, because they produce irrigation equipment, that irrigation equipment has the fertigation equipment on it. I mean the equipment for supplying fertilizer through the irrigation system, using the drip irrigation system. That way, they have combined energy, they have combined that energy with water supply, and they have combined that with better farming technologies. And they are all simple, the farmer can do it. In that place, to get water from underground, you have to drill over 1,000 meters. In Uganda, we can only drill 60, 80 meters, and water is there for you. And in many places you have surface water. But now we are saying agriculture is not paying. In that part of the world where it is so dry, agriculture is paying. And I think this is where we are challenged. That if the majority of our population is living in the villages, and we are talking about a demographic dividend, I think we can harness those people to become the dividend for this country that we are talking about. And I'm sure you really agree with me. So, since we are saying we shall move away from the rhetoric, from the mere lip service to action, and I think this is where we are called to act, to make sure that agriculture that hitherto has become non-productive becomes increasingly productive. I see many documents, planning documents, we talk about production and productivity, and we basically do nothing about productivity. Now in this conference, even if we are to pick this idea of productivity and enhance it, stimulate productivity, ensuring that all the variables are available at the farm level, I'm sure we should be able to make it. Already, when you look at our budget, we have a project that is promoted by Nexus Grid within the Ministry of Water. But you find that there's a disconnect between water, agriculture, disconnect with energy. And in the process, the project is there, it passes, and nothing is delivered. And no change is realized. I think it is time we begin talking about these things, make sure we integrate them in the plans. Now that we are promoting program-based budgeting, I'm sure we can be able to coordinate ourselves to ensure that we deliver. We are marching into the formulation of National Development Plan 4, and I believe, because it is this conference to do the advocacy for such things to happen. The second issue, because we have been talking about skilling, and Dr. Mary Atheno has talked about it, skilling the population is very critical. However, today when you look at how much money we provide to the skilling programs, you find that we have a huge distortion in terms of numbers. To this conventional academic education, we are providing full sponsorship in terms of UPE, USE, and partly in tertiary institutions. Now, when it comes to these vocational training institutions, that we can only support about 30 students. Therefore, the non-formal and formal skilling program is not adequately supported. And we have said that a large proportion of our population drops out of school. So I thought that even if we have to focus on these two and we see how best we can address them, we would be going very far. As the chairperson noted, what matters most is not the population size, but the population age structure. We have that young population, and this is what we have got to harness. Accelerating demographic transition is vital to building a fair, more resilient society. For Uganda, in real terms, demographic change means low birth rates and a bigger workforce. With lower birth rates, you reduce the dependency burden, while a big skilled workforce is good for the economy. And we need to skill the population along the lines that I've just described. I'm happy that we are starting to see a reduction in fertility from over 7 children in early 1990s to the current 5.4 children per woman. However, whereas adolescent fertility is declining, teenage pregnancy has stalled. The implications of these demographic patterns for the future of Uganda are worth considering because they pose some challenges for us as policymakers. I implore the participants here today to interrogate these issues and guide the government on how best we can address them. It is important to note that if we do not prepare well, we may have a skewed demographic dividend that benefits only the upper middle income urban youth who are healthier but better educated and positioned to get jobs. In this regard, this conference should devise strategies that will help us ensure inclusive development and leave no one behind. I commit on behalf of the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development to support the full implementation of the outcomes of this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to take this opportunity again to appreciate our guests of honor for accepting to officiate at this important occasion. I wish also to thank our development partners for supporting government's development initiatives. I don't remember how many times I've been meeting Madame Mary Otieno. I've been meeting her very frequently. So I want to thank our development partners, including the Netherlands, the Kingdom of Netherlands, for all the support over the past couple of years. Lastly, I would like to thank the board, management, and staff of the National Population Council for organizing the inaugural National Demographic Dividend Conference 2023. In a particular way, I would not forget the Central Organizing and Scientific Committee for organizing this inaugural conference on the demographic dividend. I thank you so much for God and my country. May I now take this honor to invite our chief guest to come and address us. Please, by your means.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, State in charge of planning, Amos Bogorobi. Permit me also to recognize my colleagues, the members of parliament who are here with us this morning. members of the high table. Is that the high table or high tables? Because there was a many. Dr. Jotham Singuzi, Madame Ruth from Netherlands Embassy, our friend Dr. Mary Otieno of UNFPA, then our keynote speaker, religious leaders present, and all of you distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. As introduced earlier, my name is Chris Bariomusi. Substantively, I am the minister in charge of ICT and national guidance. But this morning, I was requested by the Right Honourable Prime Minister, Robin Nabanja, to present her this morning because His Excellency the President requested her to present him the Changwanzi. She's in Changwanzi. So through a taking order, now she also requested me to represent her. I was supposed to officiate somewhere. I also asked somebody to represent me. And therefore I am here on behalf of the Right Honourable Prime Minister. I know you expected a female guest of honor. I have that fortune of representing female leaders. One time I was delegated by the Right Honourable Kadaga when she was the Speaker of Parliament to represent her in Kigali. Little did I know that the conference was for women speakers. So I found myself the only man in the conference. And the language was, we women in our country, I went came to my turn and say, we women of Uganda, and we women parliamentarians. But luckily, the audience here is gender balanced, so I will not have that challenge of saying we women in Uganda. Let me appreciate the previous speakers for the issues raised and for the clear articulation of the matters which we are discussing this morning. And I want to appreciate the National Population Council and the other partners that have put efforts together to organize this first ever conference where we are going to discuss the demographic dividend. This is a very important topic which I call upon you to pay specific attention. I have written remarks by the Right Honourable Prime Minister, but also in the program I was supposed to give my own remarks. What I will do, I will make few comments and then read the remarks of the Prime Minister without taking a lot of time. But let me start by reminding myself of what Dr. Sekamate Sevriva, my former lecturer at Makerere University, taught us in class, to put the discussion in perspective. I know I am speaking to a team of experts, and therefore we all understand the issues we are discussing. But basically, when we talk of demographic dividend, what are we talking about? And what Dr. Sekamate told me, and I appreciate you in here, was that if you are 100 people in this room, and we count you now, I'm going basic. And then 2 hours later, somebody comes and counts us again. You may find the number has changed. And there are 3 reasons which can explain why the number has changed. Because you may count and you find us 80. That will mean maybe some people have moved out. Or maybe not relevant in this case, but at a national level, or people may have died and the number has reduced. If somebody counts us and finds that we are 120 people, it may mean some people have moved in, or some of us have given birth to new children. It's hypothetical because I don't think one would give birth here in this room. But that explains that the change in the number of people may be either to fertility, having given birth to new children, and the number increases. It may be due to out-migration. Okay, in the migration, people have moved in, the number has increased. It may be due to out-migration, people move out and the number reduces, or mortality, people have died. Meaning that fertility, mobility, and mortality are the three factors which explain change in population size. That's in the best demographic class at the university. Now, when you look at the population of Uganda, Uganda has one of the fastest growing populations. Even when we have a progressive migration and refugee policy that brings in refugees, but what explains this rise in population growth is fertility, as the minister put it clearly. That we Ugandans are highly fertile. We produce children in big numbers, although the total fertility rate appreciably is coming down, but still is high by any standards. So what explains the increase in the population is fertility by and large. And because it's fertility which is driving this population growth, when you look at the structure of the population, you get children and young people being the dominant proportion of this population. And that has its own advantages, and that has its own challenges. So what we are speaking about this morning of the demographic dividend is that the reality now in Uganda is that the majority of the population are young people. Now, depending on which path you take, this huge segment of the young people can either become an asset or can become a burden. So what we are discussing in this conference is what should we do to make sure that this huge population of young people and children behind them become an asset for Uganda and do not become a burden for us. If I can just simplify it, if I stop there, that's what we are discussing this morning. Are we clear? And speaking as somebody representing government this morning, we would want to tap your knowledge and expertise. We want you to tell us what should we do for us who sit in the cabinet and discuss with the president, formulate policy and give shape the direction we should take. What should we do as members of parliament who sit and look at policies, make laws, pass budgets? That's why I'm saying this conference is extremely important for us to share ideas on what needs to be done. Because the fertility rate is high, we have what we call the population momentum, meaning that the population shall continue to increase for the many years to come. Even if we all take a decision to produce only one child as a couple, because of the wide base of young people and children, the population shall continue to increase for the many coming years. So we cannot wish away this young population. It is with us, we have them. What do we do with this young population which is in big numbers. And therefore, I want to thank the organizers of this conference for giving us this opportunity for us to reflect on this important subject so that we can come with proposals on what needs to be done. These proposals may not necessarily be for government alone, but for other actors, civil society, the faith-based organizations, development partners, and all of us, citizens and the people who live in this country. Let me also say that as a government minister, when I sit in office, I get worried. But also when you visit the countryside, we are invited in the churches and the prayer places. You visit a church. This demographic reality that I'm talking about, you see it visually. Children and young people occupying the bigger space in the church or any gathering. You move in the countryside, you see these young people, like the Honorable Gordon was saying, many of them having dropped out of school, redundant in urban areas. And of course, for us as politicians, we get worried because this can be a challenge to us. I don't know whether you share the same concern as a Ugandan. When you move in the Western capitals, say Europe, US and others, you will hardly find a woman who is pregnant. I'm putting it in a rough way. But here in Africa, including Uganda, every other woman, with due respect, don't take me wrongly, the women who are here, you will often see women who are pregnant. So that speaks to the dynamics that there are societies which have made progress in terms of demographic transition, whereas here, fertility rates and even maternity rates are appreciably still high. So something has to be done if we are going to pick lessons from communities which have moved faster in order for us to also make steps to shape the demographic destiny of this country. Having said that, as my opening remark, let me quickly read the brief remarks prepared by the Right Honorable Prime Minister. And having gone through the protocol, she says it is my honor, it's an honor and a pleasure to officiate at the opening of this inaugural National Demographic Dividend Conference 2023. The theme, building a competitive human capital for wealth creation in a world of 8 billion, is perfectly timed. As we plan for a better future, it is important to note that the 8 billion people on our planet, 2/3 live in countries with a fertility rate that is below the replacement level. So, with most of the world aging, we stand to benefit from our young population. But as has been mentioned earlier, we can only benefit from our youthful population if we build a human capital that is globally competitive. Distinguished guests, building a competitive human capital requires improving nutrition and health care, along with good quality education and the development of socially and economically relevant skills. So this is government's priority. We have put in place policies and programs to ensure a healthy, educated, and well-skilled population. But as you know, technology and automation are radically changing the very nature of work. Children who are in primary school today are likely to work in jobs that may not even exist right now. This conference should therefore focus on developing new ideas and concrete strategies that will guide us in planning. Ladies and gentlemen, to fully benefit from our demographic potential, I call upon all Ugandans to take advantage of the existing government programs, create wealth, and improve their livelihoods. Particularly, I encourage public servants, civil society, and the public to support the parish development model so that we integrate the 39% of the households currently working in the subsistence economy into the money economy. Successful implementation of the parish development model will enable us to address the issue of poverty, which is the main driver of child marriages, teenage pregnancies, and school dropout. As you may recall, when NRM came to power, we had many unfavorable indicators within the population. However, since then, we have turned things around and we have made a number of gains. For example, in 1986, there was limited access to health services, low immunization rates, and high rates of malnutrition. All these led to increased mobility and mortality. I am happy that we have since reversed all this and we are making progress in a number of areas. Uganda's population has increased from 14 million people in 1986 to approximately 47 million people currently. And the population is projected to reach 50 million people by 2025 and 102 million by 2050. And as you all know, we are preparing to carry out a national housing and population census this year, which will give us better and more accurate estimates of our population. Ugandans are now healthier and living longer. Life expectancy in Uganda has increased by 20 years in one generation, from 43 years in 1991 to 63.3 years in 2016. As a result of increased immunization against the killer diseases and other government programs, fewer children are now dying. Infant mortality rate has reduced from 132 deaths per 1,000 live births in 1991 to 43 deaths per 1,000 live births in 2016. Following the improvement in health service delivery, maternal mortality ratio has reduced from 506 deaths per 100,000 live births in 1991 to 336 deaths per 100,000 live births in 2016. As noted from the previous speakers, the proportion of the population living in poverty has also reduced from 56% in 1992 to 20.3% in 2020. I am happy that behind these numbers are significant improvements in people's livelihoods and the living conditions of millions of households across the country. Uganda has also made considerable progress in improving the status of the girl child. This is reflected by the strides government has taken to create great opportunities for girls' education and the creation and promotion of a conducive legal and policy environment for the protection and promotion of women and children's rights. I am aware that despite these developments, some challenges still persist. As was noted by the chairperson of the NPC board, we still grapple with the challenges of child marriages, teenage pregnancies, and school dropouts. So I encourage this conference to discuss these challenges and devise practical strategies for addressing them. I count on you to guide the government on the avenues to extract harnessing of the demographic dividend, and you can count on us to implement the outcomes of this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank all the participants here today and our development partners, especially UNFPA and the Netherlands Embassy in Uganda, for supporting our development efforts. I extend my deep gratitude to the National Cooperation Council for organizing the inaugural National Demographic Dividend Conference 2023. Lastly, as I conclude the remarks by the Right Honorable Prime Minister, let me just quickly tell you some of the decisions the government has taken that are relevant to the discussion we are having since I speak for government. One, government, like Honorable Gorobi stressed in his communication, has been to look at the issue of education. In 1997, the government introduced UPE, Universal Primary Education, later on secondary education, and the loan scheme at the university. It was envisaged that primary education and secondary education would be free and compulsory. But over time, we've realized that teachers and parents and the school administrations have been introducing fees, and this has been part of the reasons why there are high rates of dropouts, like the minister was stressing. So we have discussed in the cabinet, we tasked the Ministry of Education to undertake an assessment, and they have presented a report, and we have taken a decision to make primary and secondary education free and compulsory starting the other financial year, 2024-25, so that all children of school-going age must be in school, starting with primary education, and must proceed to secondary school. We have computed how much it requires in terms of financial resources. That's why we have given ourselves time to mobilize resources and start the other year. Because from a scholarly point of view, we know, for instance, for education to have an impact on a woman's capacity to make decisions, especially reproductive health, a woman needs at least 10 continuous years of formal education. That's what research tells us. So meaning that primary education is good, but for it to be good enough, you must go beyond primary 7 for at least 10 years of continuous education, formal education. For instance, for a woman to make a proper decision on reproductive choices, using family planning, going to deliver a health facility, if education is half an impact. And therefore, it's a decision which we have taken as government that supports the discussion we are having if we are going to improve the quality of life of the citizens in this country. The second decision we have taken as government is that when I qualified as a medical doctor about 30 years ago, I would automatically be deployed by government in a hospital. With changes in our policies, including decentralization, it has now changed. When you qualify as a doctor, give you the example, you will be on the streets and wait for a district X to advertise jobs for medical officers or a hospital. So we have also taken a decision that all doctors will be employed down to the level of health center 3. That when doctors qualify, we shall be deploying them, and currently doctors are down to health center 4, which is a health facility at the county level, but we shall deploy them up to sub-county health facilities, health center 3. We are also now mobilizing resources to make sure that all doctors employed. And I have communicated this to the public earlier on as I had taken. But also, as you all know, government took a deliberate decision to promote science, technology, and innovation. For instance, there has been this debate of enhancing the pay of science, which has been misunderstood by those who are non-scientists. But the intention of government is to enhance the pay for all public servants, but starting with scientists, including health workers, and many others, maybe in the interest of time. But I am just raising this to underscore the point that when we sit as cabinet, when we sit as parliament, these issues concern us as leaders, and we are all bothered about improving the quality of life of Ugandans. And therefore this conference is extremely important. Like I said earlier on, we would want to have your expertise, give us your views, give us your proposals, give us recommendations, and as government, we are very ready and willing to act on them, so that together we can harness the demographic dividend, where we can turn the huge segment of our population being young into an asset and not a burden. With those remarks, on behalf of the Right Honourable Prime Minister, I want to declare this important conference officially open. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chris Badiomusi, who has officially opened our conference on behalf of the Right Honorable Prime Minister of Uganda. It's now my pleasure. I know Honorable Gorobi has another conflicting meeting which he must go to. So if you see him leaving, don't be surprised. But it's now my pleasure to call upon our keynote speaker, the representative of Dr. Joseph Muvawara, the Executive Director of National Planning Authority, who, although has not been able to be here physically, has requested Mr. Ronald Kabwa to come and represent him here. In his own right, Ronald Kabwa is the Manager of Production, Trade and Tourism Planning at the National Planning Authority. Mr. Ronald Kabwa has previously worked. He has been at the National Planning Authority for the last 8 years as manager, but he's previously worked as acting director of policy planning and information at NEMA, where he was for a long time. Mr. Kabwa himself has an interest in population, economic growth, and that nexus has impacts on national economy. It's now my pleasure to request you, Mr. Ronald Kabwa, to come and give the keynote speech.
Thank you, Dr. Msinguzi, the Honorable Minister of ICT and National Guidance, Honorable Minister of Finance, State for Planning, members of Parliament present, our development partners, local government representatives, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to convey the apologies of our Executive Director, Dr. Joseph Muvawara, who, because of other duties, could not be present in this important conference. I want to appreciate the opportunity given to the National Planning Authority to give the key note address. This is a recognition of the strategic role of the National Planning Authority in the development of our country. It is very difficult to speak at this moment when experts have already spoken, when experts are here, so you can imagine the challenge that I have, because the experts have already said it. So if I repeat any of the words, please understand. Population is very critical in the attainment of Uganda's development outcome. It has been mentioned. But to do this, we need a competitive and a productive population, which is the key driver of investment, which is a key driver of key decisions that can deliver a country to the desired outcomes, like as stipulated in our Vision 2040. Population, if empowered economically, it can provide domestic demand for our goods and services, and especially as we move towards industrialization. Therefore, as we build, the theme of this conference, building a competitive human capital in a world of 80 billion, it provides a vital opportunity to draw the attention of the world to the infinite possibilities of humanity to build the world that we want. How would we build that we want? How would we build the Uganda that we want? Securing the rights and also, making the right choices. Building the Uganda that we want can only be realized if we prioritize human capital development as a key pillar, as I mentioned, in harnessing the demographic dividend. It has been said, and I want to repeat it, that Uganda's population has been growing between 2.5 and 3.2 over the last 30 years. And the fertility rate is still high at 5.4. But also, we have declining mortality rates, implying that our population growth is high. And this is likely to double in the 20 years time. And it has also been said that we have one of the youngest population in the world, which constitutes about 75% of our population, which is below 30 years of age. We have a high dependency ratio. This is why our savings as a ratio of GDP is one of the lowest in sub-Saharan Africa. We cannot save because of having high dependency ratio. You need to save in order to invest. Public investment and private investment require savings, and our saving is very low. Colleagues, the quality of population matters. It has been mentioned, the quality of population matters, and we need to realize that the benefits from population can only be made or realized if there is a change in the age composition of our population. From the younger population to a working age population. That composition is very critical. It has been said it's not the numbers, but the composition of the population. We need, a working population, and a population that is well educated, a population that is skilled, a population that will engage in productive activities. That's what we need for our development. Now, the change in population structure creates a window of opportunity to raise savings and that we think are critical. for our development. This phenomenon of change in the population structure from the young to the working age, which raises savings and investment, is what we call the phenomena of demographic dividend. That transition in the population, from the young that are dependent to working, skilled, and energetic, and the population that can lead the development process is a phenomena of, demographic dividend, which is a key driver to competitive human capital that we desire as a country. We need competitive human capital as a country. In this regard, therefore, the Uganda Vision 2040 and NDP3 prioritize human capital development as a means of harnessing the population to deliver, the development outcomes that we have. Population is prioritized in Uganda Vision 2040 and NDP3. The third National Development Plan, which we are implementing now, has human capital development as one of its 20 programs. There are 20 programs, and one of them is human capital development. The idea is that it is this population that will lead the transformation of our country to middle-income country status. We need transformation, and we look at population as a key driver of that transformation. It has been said, and I want to say it again, that we are now moving towards integration of the demographic dividend in all our interventions, at local government level, at the national level, in all our endeavors. And these interventions are based on the pillars of the demographic dividend. These pillars have been mentioned, like family planning, pillars like health outcomes that we desire, improve maternal and mortality rates, infant mortality rates, ensuring increased years of schooling, especially for the girl child, creating employment opportunities, especially with a focus on the youth and the girl child. These are the key pillars of the demographic dividend, which you have integrated in our planning, in our budgeting, in our reporting processes. Now the foundation, these form the foundation of a competitive human capital, and here we use the life cycle approach. When we are developing the human capital development program, we hinged on the human life cycle approach, which looks at conception, throughout up to death, when you are conceived by your mother, growing up as a youth, growing up as a youth, up to going through the school system, all these require special interventions. So, a competitive human capital can only be attained at looking at an individual using a life cycle approach from the time of conception to death. It should be in a holistic manner, looking at the different age groups and their needs. From conception, like I said, the child has got a different need, the youth have got different needs, the working labor force has different needs, the older people have different needs, and all these have to be addressed in an integrated and holistic manner if we are to achieve a competitive human capital. Now there are key indicators that NDP3 focus at. One of them is mortality, maternal mortality ratio. By 2025, when this plan ends. We want to reduce this from 336 per 100,000 live births to 70 per 100,000 live births. We want to reduce infant mortality rates. We want to reduce prevalency of the under 5 stunting from 28.9% to 19%. We want to increase the use of contraceptive from 35 to 50%. We want to increase access to universal health care from 44% to 65%. These are targets that were set in NDP 3. Now, therefore, going forward, these indicators are key and they require a holistic and conducive environment, and this must be provided to ensure creation of more jobs for the increasing working age population. We need good governance for efficiency and effective delivery of services. Now, other key interventions that NDP 3 looks at, NDP 3, like it has been mentioned, takes a program approach. If you are to deliver the demographic dividend, you need to harness synergies. Synergies that deal with human well-being, synergies that look at health, synergies that look at education, nutrition, social protection, and gender issues. Human well-being should look at synergistically at these critical elements that underpin the competitive, human capital development. We need to promote prevention than curative for our health sector. We need to address the root causes for better health than dealing with the symptoms. 75% of Ugandan disease burden are preventable. Therefore, we need a preventive approach rather than a curative approach for our health sector. We need mass immunization. We need sanitation and hygiene. Wash. We need focus on positive behaviors. We need nutrition and health. We need provision of quality education and skilling of our people. Numeracy and literacy are very low. We need to skill our people. We need to fast track universal health care. We need to increase the population, the proportion of the population with access to universal health care from 44% to 65%. Yes, we need to reduce the cost of service delivery. We need to ensure that the population is employed by creating more employment opportunities, promoting investments at all levels. The PDM, as has been mentioned, is a key opportunity in creating jobs, especially for our people in the rural areas. We need to attract investors. We need to attract investors locally as well as sourced from outside within the region. This one to make investment to create jobs for our population. And fortunately, this youthful population, the cost of labor is also low in this country because of abundant population. Therefore, we need to write on this. What we need is to skill them, to nurture them, to retool them to be employable by the investors. So, in conclusion, I want to say that a lot of progress has been made in attaining health, education, and livelihood initiatives for incomes, gender equality, and social protection outcomes. A lot of progress has been made. However, there is still a lot that needs to be done. Quite a lot needs to be done. We need to ensure access to quality health in our country. We need to ensure that the girls stay longer in schools. We need to ensure that we create enough jobs in line with the growing population. We need to ensure economic empowerment, especially of women. There are many interventions in economic empowerment of women. We need to ensure that these deliver on the intended outcomes. We need to ensure access to affordable finance for our people. We need to ensure social protection. We need to ensure the integration of population factors into planning, into budgeting, into our reporting frameworks. We need to focus on the quality of our education, quality of our children, and this therefore calls upon all of us, the faith-based organization represented here, the development partners represented here, the academia, the cultural institutions, civil society organizations. We need to deliver this together. Nobody singly can, deliver on this. We need to harness the demographic dividend together as government, and we want to assure you that the National Planning Authority will continue to provide leadership in planning, leadership in budgeting, and to ensure that demographic dividend as a key strategy is integrated in our planning frameworks at all levels. With those few remarks, I want to thank you for listening for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kawa, for your keynote, and I think it deserves another clap. According to our program, we are supposed to have a coffee break. This should have happened about 1 hour ago, and then we should be discussing the theme of this conference, which is building a competitive human capital for wealth creation in a world of 8 billion. And so I don't want to interfere with your right to have your coffee and tea, so I suggest that we break now. There's supposed to be a group of Charles, you want to take over from me? I'm informed that we are only 15 minutes late, which I hope is true. In which case, let's take a group photo. Where do we do that from? We'll do it from here. How will we do that? All of us? Can you take over?
Thank you so much, Dr. Jotham Musinguzi, the Director General of National Population Council. Ladies and gentlemen, it may seem as if we are very late, but if you have the program, we are actually less than 20 minutes late. Someone was telling me that we're about 2 hours late. We're supposed to be going for breakfast at 11:45, and it's actually 2 minutes past midday. So we're going to have a group photo, and then after we'll take off a few minutes to do our tea break, and then we'll come back and discuss today's theme. So I'll be inviting different groups to come and join our VIP guests, and when the ministers were going out, the MPs have another meeting, so they stepped out. Let me invite our colleagues from the local government. I'll start with that group. Kindly come to the front and have a group photo with our Director General, the country rep, and the representative of the Netherlands Embassy. People from the local government were short of time. Yes, down. No. Okay, now I will request that team to go for breakfast, and let me invite the cultural and religious leaders present. Cultural and religious leaders present. The cultural and religious leaders present. Come for a group photo. The cultural and religious leaders present, are we done with that? Can we have the academia? The academia, in the interest of time, kindly join us for a group photo. And then we're going to have our
development partners and the civil society. Development partners and the civil society. Development partners, the civil society and youth representatives. Development partners, youth representatives and the civil society. As those ones are coming, we are left with two more groups. We will have the National Demographic Dividend Steering Committee and then participants from government ministries, departments and agencies. Thank you so much. Now the last group, the Demographic Dividend Steering Committee and participants from government ministries, departments and agencies. Have I left out any group? If you're left out, kindly come and inform me before our guests depart for breakfast. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We can now go for breakfast, and we are expected to be back within 20 minutes. Thank you. Okay, so once again, thank you for being present here in your participation. We are now going to do the open discussion, and just to remind you about our theme, building a competitive human capital for wealth creation in the world of 8 billion. So, and I think we have had good speeches this morning, earlier on this morning. And the other good thing is that we have gained some time, I think, to some extent. We are not very late. So let's start our discussion. So this takes the form of questions and issues of things not pointed out so far. I think since Dr. Sekamate Semliba talked to the acting Prime Minister this morning, I think he will answer most of the questions. So who is ready? Questions, opinions of the way to move forward on this thing. If not, we can then declare that it is time for lunch. If there is no discussion, yes, I can see the religious leader there and another one there. So three hands there. The first one is that gentleman who is holding the microphone. Your name, please introduce yourself and your institution.
Yes, Expertus IMC is my name. I'm a principal economist in the Ministry of Health. On demographic dividends, indeed, this is a very great thing. We have quite a number of strong younger men, strong younger ladies, but unfortunately, most of them are unproductive. Very unproductive. If you move around the country, they are already actually playing matters as early as 7 o'clock in the morning hours, meaning that they are not producing anything. But on the issue of population control, if I was a person in charge, I would ensure the girl child, especially the girl child, should start from P1 up to university and ensure that these girls are very closely monitored to ensure that they complete their studies at least up to university or technical level. Because I've observed that girls or women who are somehow educated, they tend to understand or control the birth rates. They tend to practice family planning to ensure that they have quality children. So that is my view on the population control in the future. Thank you very much.
Okay. So just as a comment, population control is not part of our usual language. Why population control? Because we are not really trying to control population. We are managing it, we are planning for it. The word control there gives a different connotation, and we don't really favor that. But I think you have a point, and I think you have also with the minister, Honorable Gorobi, who said that a lot of people, our people are not productive. But also Honorable Badumusi, I think, told us that if somebody doesn't get a minimum of 10 years of continuous education, then they don't make the right reproductive health choices, and that has been noted. Of course, Honorable Badumusi was very diplomatic. John Sakamate will recall that we used to have people who would use language that was not, they used to say, if I may put it, but don't quote me, that just primary education alone is not good enough. And but I think Honorable Yunus put it correctly. Yes, it is good to have, of course, primary education, but in order for you to make right choices, to use family planning, make sure you plan for your family and yourself, you need more education. So, and research has shown that 10 years should be the minimum. So I think you are spot on in terms of your views about this, and we should make sure we educate our people up to tertiary level, and that is when we know we'll benefit from the demographic. I think the second person was there, and then we shall go to the religious leader on that table, and then we'll go to that table after that. So, please.
Thank you so much.
Again, just to repeat, we had you prayed for us, thank you, but give us your names and your institution again.
My name is Bishop Andrew Rugolovi. I'm the Secretary General of Born Again Faith in Uganda.
Go ahead.
Born Again Faith in Uganda, also board member, Interreligious Council of Uganda. The topic at hand has been a major concern to us as the religious leaders. More often we've been trying to look for a way forward, and this is so much beautiful that we are being invited today to participate in the same. When you look at building a competitive human capital for wealth creation, to me, I look at good enough we have the district representatives here with us. I will focus on Uganda, much as we're looking at the world, but now a focus of Uganda. The challenge, as we already being mentioned, of unemployment and the biggest number of the population as youths. If we do not address this matter of unemployment, we shall be having a challenge that is happening to the Western world, whereby in the years to come we shall be having an aging population, where the government and where the state shall be liable to take care of the elderly, taking care of the medication and everything, because we shall be having a population that is disparate. Now, to me, the way forward I will see, Mr. Chair, we need to engage the districts. There should be a policy that empowers the districts at the district level. Each district should identify the areas of their strength. I'll take an example of Arua. Arua is good at production of agricultural raw materials. Since it is bordering many countries there, hospitality works, trade is there, manufacturing industries we can also work. Now, if you have like district of Arua to be empowered to employ its own people, that they should not travel from Arua, coming to Kampala, going to other areas. Also, I have also people from other regions also going to Arua. Now, each district has materials, has strength, has areas where they can excel. Now, if we empower them and have a policy where we empower the districts and they set up industries, they set up different projects that create jobs, we shall have really done a lot. Looking at over 144 districts, and each district creates builds an industry or a factory or something of the kind, we shall have many people being employed. So if we create a policy basically for districts and regions, it will be so much successful to us. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. I think we move to that table. You have a microphone here.
Thank you. I'm Sheikh Waiswa Muhammad Ali, the second Deputy Mufti of Ghana Muslim Student Council and an executive board member in the Interreligious Council in Uganda. My worry was on the alarming level of school dropouts.
You need to bring your microphone.
My worry is on the high school dropouts. It's quite alarming, yet education in our country is commercialized, so much commercialized, and yet there is poverty. Whatever the government is trying to do to supplement, I think becomes meager, and I don't know which ways we can redress this, because as it has been indicated, that lack of knowledge and education is one way that actually is leading us into many catastrophes. Secondly, moral degradation in our country. We are witnessing a level of degradation of morals which was never before. That though the population was illiterate, there used to be sanity and order, and hence stability and some form of national building. But today, because of our interaction with possibly the outside world, we are losing our values, that even if we are educated, we are living a life that is not orderly so, and therefore causing a lot of problems. What can we do to address that?
Thank you, may I remind you that what you have really said is important, as there is something which is called VUCA, VUCA, that our world is very, very complicated. There are a lot of ambiguous things, it's complex, and so there is a lot of digital things, social media and all this. So we have to contend with all this. So I think as religious leaders, we need to keep us on the straight and narrow along those lines and pray along. And I think your comments are certainly spot on. I think I promised I was going to the other table at the end, and there's a lady who is facing me. You have to stand up and you get a microphone. Introduce yourself, your institution, and then you make your point. Oh, you've given away your microphone.
No, Chair. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, Chair. I'm called Deborah Eyute. I work with the National Council for Persons with Disability and also NODIPO, an umbrella organization of persons with disability. I want to thank the organizers for this workshop and the presenters. I also appreciate government for this initiative, and through the National Population for Council for planning this. I'm very impressed on how it has been organized. However, there was one challenge, is that how can we transfer this into practice? All the way from the national level down to the district level, in areas to do with the Council for Persons with Disabilities. There are many programs as program-centered programming. We need to see how we transfer this into action and into practice. If we can put what we have said in practice, because the issue is about the how part of it into building the capital of human resources. And if we do not track down clearly, have the indicators to track this, it will be a big challenge. My second issue, Chair, is on the priorities of capital, of human capital development. When I come down to the issue about education, which we have emphasized, and the teachers, does government have a motivation plan for teachers to ensure that we carry on with the science priorities is not there, would we continue to be talking and art takes the priority? And if it comes to education, we have more teachers who are in arts, and we have teachers who are not motivated. We need to motivate them with good remuneration, good working environment, so that we can track the dropouts. Why are we having higher dropouts? What can we do with that? How do we reduce that? And I think that's my view and my take that government can look at. The other one, the third issue here, when it comes to priorities, I do not see the funding priorities. Although we have partners, but we also know that there are individual issues under that. Health issues, education issues, security issues, infrastructure, roads. Those are priorities that we have talked about, that government is talking, but I don't know how they come and override other priorities. We need to walk the talk and focus on these priorities that we talk about until the end of it, and we achieve the development. My fourth issue comes to the, sorry that I'm talking much, but a bit about accessing funds for the youth. We talk about empowering them. We don't have the funds, enough funds so that they can access for these projects. It's very difficult. The funds are there, but they have a lot of limitations that the youth cannot access these funds. We need to empower them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think important issues. I hope there's somebody in education who can respond. Are you from education? Okay, so so somebody from education, I would want you to help us with some of the answers.
Can they finish up, then they can give back to the person to answer?
Who is that?
Another person within the table wants to add something?
No. There were already 4 questions from that table. So what I was trying to help with is that if there are senior people from different sectors, like the Minister of Education, I have seen somebody there. So we will ask you to make some comments about some of this so that we will start learning what's going on. But we are talking about access funds as well. How do we implement this? This is a good conference, but it cannot just remain here. How do we go down? And I think you had the Minister of Planning, Honorable Gorobi, saying, yes, he went to India and he saw how things are being done, and these are doable things. So, Commissioner Director Bondo Chateka from the Ministry of Gender, you should prepare some answers to this. Our keynote, National Planning Authority, you are with Madam Mutabas there. We should also be ready to tell us what are we planning to do, because yes, if you organize an impressive workshop like this, but things cannot, this is the first one, all right, but things cannot just remain here. They need to go down. And some sectors which are important, and I would like to hear that. So let's first take a number of questions, and you note those which concern you. Then I will ask you for education, gender, and finance if they are here, and those type of things. So there is a question on that table there, and you know why I'm giving you a microphone, because you are my sister. Then we'll go to that table, and I come this, and then we'll go there. All right.
Thank you, sir. My name is Emily Kapari.
Please, I would be interested in those who have responses to the various questions like gender, like education, like finance. We will give you time at a later stage. Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Emily Kapari. I'm Executive Director, Impact. You sort of touched a bit of what I wanted to say, and my issue is that Uganda is essentially a subsistence country, agriculture. And I do know that periodically government gives seeds to farmers to plant. But learning from the India experience that Honorable Gorobi shared, we don't seem to have the nexus that we are hearing, and yet we are so well endowed as a country with the sun and water and everything. And so my suggestion is, my question is, I would like to hear more from the Ministry of Agriculture, for planning if they are here. If there are efforts to, for example, to test the soils in different regions of this country and advise farmers on what crops would give us maximum productivity. Because then we can have high productivity per acre. I also would like to hear the plans that are available to at least rural farmers to actually package their products either using digital marketing to get them out of this country, because we have potential to be a food basket for the whole of East African region, the countries around us, and also well endowed. And because this touches the majority of the people that drop out of school, the majority of the women, I think it's high time we start doing a lot of that functional education in agriculture and otherwise. Thank you.
Okay, I think again on productivity, agriculture. Is there somebody from agriculture present? Agriculture? So who will answer our questions? Because okay, let's move on that table.
Thank you so much.
Introduction.
Rashid Khalil Azabo is my name, the senior planner at Yobe District Local Government. I have around 3 areas, but in the interest of time, I will share only 2. One is in education. Bonachair, you realize that in this country, we are having 2 forms of education that we have. We have the universal primary, the free school system, and the private schools where you need to pay. And practically, when you go into what happens in these 2 sections, the private schools seems to be doing somehow better for a number of innovations, including increasing private payments by the parents and from many other sources. But when we look at our UP schools, if you go to the rural schools, the rural UP schools, where there's completely nothing to support at times management to run some of those schools, the grants we send cannot really manage those schools appropriately. And I'm seeing that government is increasingly coming up with pronouncements that they don't need to see a single contribution from the parents to support processing either exams or supporting those teaching and learning activities at those schools. Based on those, if you look at the results always show that some of those UP schools in the rural areas, like in Yumbe, over 137 primary schools, we only realized 136 first graders, and this is for the whole district. But elsewhere, these first graders coming from one school. You look at the investment we do in these schools. Barely, the rural schools are doing much badly, and therefore, I am tempted to ask, what strategies do we have in place to close this gap? And secondly, I'm seeing within the same, there seems to be no commitment. We, the leaders, seems to be singing the song that we are failing to dance. If we are to ask, How many of us here have our children in these UP schools, which we are saying should be totally free? We come to realize that we tend to take our children to schools which we think are doing better than those UP schools. And therefore, if we don't have commitment to promote those schools by sending our children there, so that we have all the efforts to ensure that the schools perform, how shall we succeed under this arrangement? And therefore, when we are making it compulsory, can we as a country make it compulsory for all? Whether you're the president, whether you're the poor farmer down there, all the children should be in the UP schools. And this comes with the take to what strategy can we harmonize the private schools vis-a-vis the public schools. Lastly, in terms of regulating demand and supply in the market, we are having institutions established to promote certain skills. We have had the institutions, universities, set to produce doctors. There are quite a number of them. And every year the number graduating from these universities is quite great. If I refer back to what the minister was saying, the strategy of employing our medical officers up to health center 3 level. How many health center 3s do we have in this country? And how many doctors are we producing every year? What is the strategy that we wish to regulate demand and supply of the various skills that we are trying to put in place? Thank you.
Very, very important questions. Shall we get Minister of Education here? Start, are you the one who said you are education? You are from Minister of Education? Is there somebody from Minister of Education here who feels you can talk about some of these issues? You have heard that the minister has said the cabinet has already taken a decision to make in 2 years' time education will be compulsory, and you said there is one education. Please help us, give us some information.
Okay. I'm ready.
Is there a semaphore here? Okay. Please identify yourself and give us some ideas of what is going on.
Yeah, Chair. My name is Lemerika Juice. I am a planner from Oboni, West Nile.
In the Ministry of Education?
Not Ministry of Education, but I'm trying to answer. These things are related to our structure. They are structural.
Go on.
Yes, most of our problems in the country are structural. Unless we come and identify them, whether they education related, health related, production related, agriculture related, commercial related, they are all structural. In the sense that the structural is, let me explain, the structural in the sense that, you know, they are all these things are linked to the economy. And when economy is in the hands of very few people, this is the challenge. Unless we see how this economy can be moving to majority of the Ugandans. Because if very few people control 90 or 95% of the economy, and you find only 5% of the economy is in the hands of 95% of the population, then
where is your data from? Where is that information from?
It is there. I can give you. When I talk, I mean I do a lot of research. When I present or I rise up to talk, I talk on evidence. I can give you if you need. I can give you. You will even agree with me.
Okay.
Like, for example, let me give you one. For example, if 41%, according to the recent poverty head count, where are these people located and what do they have? If you sum up what they are getting compared to now the 53%, and even these 53% who are not there in the poverty head count, they are actually, you can aggregate them. You will find, when you filter them, you will find that out of that 53% who are not in the, 59% who are not in the head count, who are below the poverty line, you will find that what they own will even not be 5% of the total which is owned by those 59%. I can give you how many people own. There are some people, one individual in Uganda, who has a land of square kilometers. And are there no landless people in Uganda? Are they not there? Are we not grappling with people who even do not know, who go because they don't have land, they go in the wetlands? When others have square kilometers of land, one individual like this. So unless we start from there, the second problem of Uganda is the mindset. Whether you bring trillions here, the mind of Ugandans completely, and those class I'm talking about, is completely poisoned.
Okay, summarize your point and give
These are the realities of this country. And if we don't mention them, and if they are not documented, and if they are not appreciated, you come for my head. Even if we move for 20 years, we shall be in this mark time. So let me mention them. You will find that because of our mindset, sincerely, do I need to construct or to have a swimming pool in my home?
Okay,
yes.
So I think you have made your point.
So people, and this is one of our problems, because people are very greedy.
You know, I'm very strong.
If we are very greedy, we cannot develop.
From you.
So I'm summarizing for you. But unless we address those problems, we shall experience these problems, whether in education, in health, in water, in every sector. We are going to experience it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think you have made a point that you speak for many. Okay. All right. So we don't seem to have somebody in education, so let's go on hearing. I promise that this table here, this table, we are going to go that side, this table here. Microphone. Let's stick to one issue per person so that we can be able to give everybody, as many people as possible chance.
Thank you, Doctor and Director for National Population Council. I have names. Unfortunately, I don't have a name because I'm an African. I am called Kasoro Williams Mkirania Ndrujo Karido, the district chairperson of Ndoroko, and thank you for organizing this engagement. I hope it is not just a ritual, another ritual that you are beginning to do, but it is a serious platform where you really take the views to inform the planning and decision making of the country. In harnessing the demographic dividend of the country, the government is taking the right straight towards the skilling the young people of this country. Through these industrial hubs or the skilling centers for the youth under State House, we have them in our sub-region, and I happen to be the chairperson of the governing body of the industrial hub for Rwenzori. I am requesting that government should take a deliberate strategy of strengthening these industrial hubs, the skilling centers, in creating linkages with the communities so that they should not stop at only being training areas, but rather they should manufacture, innovate, and sell these products to the community. For example, what I'm meaning is that at the industrial hubs, one of the courses that they are training our youth is the carpentry. So if you have a regional hub for Rwenzori in Toroko, that is for Bundubujo, for Poto City and Toroko, and these trainees are able to prepare furniture. Why don't we buy it from those centers so that we create a demand for these products, and then the population can appreciate the skilling of the youth through that. That's my point I'm trying to make. Creating those linkages and promoting our own. Because you cannot develop this economy that is very important to transform the country and address the issues of unemployment if you are still buying products manufactured by other people. That's the direction we should take. Thank you.
Okay, so I think
my colleague from Change is saying they have been supplying them with tea seedlings, but no fertilizers. There is no subsidy, and if government does not subsidize, we shall not have production boosted.
I think you've got good points there, and I think you heard the Minister of Planning himself talking about this issue, where he went to India, all these things are there. So the issue of supplying seedlings without other inputs, without extension services, I think those are things that Judith Mutavaz and our keynote speaker, maybe from National Planning Authority, we may also want to guide on what is going on and what is upcoming, National Development Plan 4, and those type of things. If you have some good ideas there, we could be listening into those. Some of you are talking about agriculture productivity. As you know, Ruth from the Netherlands embassy is here. You know, they have been taking the people, farmers from here to the Netherlands to do some training, to expose them. So those type of things. There are good things happening in the country, but we need to learn about them. The organizers, Samuel and Betty Chadondo, these who are organizing this, I think it would have been good to have exhibitions outside there with people who are doing good things so that we learn from them as well. So there should be ways of improving as we go on. Somebody's asking, how are you going to take these things into action? How are you? We are talking here, but people need action on the ground, the district leader. Okay, the next table, and then we'll go to that one before we get some answers if there are any.
My name is Gerard Koraneza from Population and Social Development Institute. Thank you, Chair, for giving me a leeway. The only problem that I see when we are rolling out actually the programs is the politics. If I may ask the officials of, here, probably from Micro Finance Support Center, the ENYOGA, the operation, this operation worker creation, these funds, did they get the demographic dynamics, the dynamics there when they are rolling out like such kind of program? I mean those programs. So we find a challenge where politics has actually defeated planning. Like, for instance, we have to be purpose-driven in conceptualizing implementation of these projects which they are enrolling. But how are we going to deal with the politics? Like some of these programs that are being enrolled for purposes of politics during the campaigns, and these politicians, they want votes. So how should we deal with these very challenges where politics actually win or defeat the planning from conceptualization, implementation, evaluation, and whatnot. I thank you.
Good. I hope you know how to deal with the politics along the line. Every 5 years, you have the right to, you know what to do, yes. The next table.
Thank you very much. My name is Hajima Soko Iwaswakao, Okunjiri District. First of all, I think we have been talking about these things for a long time. Personally, I have attended conferences of this nature for a long time, and we seem not to be moving towards practical issues. The biggest challenge, in my view, is that we have to address the issue of production and productivity. And the sector that can employ so many people is agriculture, including the young people. In agriculture, the challenge is investing in infrastructure. For example, water for production. We need technologies that can increase production. Tractors, harvesters, planters, and so on. And government is not working the talk because we have been investing 3 to 4% of our budget in agriculture. We need to escalate this to about 10%. Someone asked whether soils are tested. Actually, in the local government, we have testing kits at sub-county level. But what happens after testing? Drought comes and kills what people have tried to put in place. And I'm surprised that the agriculture people are not here directly. They should have been here because we are running an integrated economy to tell us what are their plans and how we are moving. Government told us that we should be patient. They have been investing in security, in roads, and what have you for a long time. But I think it is time now that we invested in agriculture and have people employed. Agriculture will improve many things. It will improve the health through nutrition. It will improve employment through what we are doing, and many other things, including food security. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Very pertinent points. Then at the back, the question is, okay, you go ahead, but after that, let's go at the back.
Yeah, thank you so much, the chairperson of the meeting. My name is Francis, a youth leader, a teacher.
Francis who?
Governor Francis. I'm a youth leader, and at the same time, I'm a practicing teacher in the classroom. I teach economics and science and mathematics. But also at the same time, I am a chairman of school management committee of the primary school where I come from, and a board member of the secondary school where I come from. And you can see that with all this, I have to tell what seems not to be true, but when, if you can take the view, you'll be able to realize that the problem of education, and as far as primary education is concerned, can easily be addressed. In the primary school where I am the chairman of the school management committee, this term that is ending, the UPE grant that was sent is 2.4 million. I have 1,054 pupils in the primary school, where about 450 are in P1. Let us understand the problem from that perspective. We have 14 teachers managing 1,054 pupils. This, what does that tell? It tells us that the teacher-pupil ratio is very high. Are we together? And equally, resources that is available to manage the normal operations of this primary school is very, very insufficient. Here, the minister is saying that we need to have free education. The 2.4 I talked about is structured in a policy guideline in a way that even you who is in the committee of management cannot be able to pick this in other priorities that may improve performance. One, when we're in a classroom, there are things that influence learning, and one of it is feeding. And that is why my cow here was talking about production. Because when children have food, their mind is clear and ready for learning. So that means that a school is supposed to run what is called feeding program. And this feeding program can be supported by parents. And this is where sometimes we mix out the issue that people are paying fees when actually parents are providing for feeding of these schools for the children. And secondly, these schools are the UP schools, including most of the secondary schools, are day schools in the rural areas. Meaning the parents equally have the responsibility of providing the boarding facilities. And you realize that in a secondary school, what amounts to a fees of about 350,000 is actually that which helps now to facilitate the feeding and accommodation of the children. And if we are to scrap off it completely, that means all our children are supposed to be day school. And for your information, we have one secondary school in the whole sub-county. Meaning, if children are supposed to move, because now when we say we're going to have free secondary education, that means if we have about 12 primary schools of that sub-county, and in each primary school, about 80 have completed primary 7, you sum up the mathematics, and because they are supposed to know food, that means they are not supposed to all move to one secondary school. Imagine the number that
summarize your point.
Yes, that is supposed to come now. Meaning the idea of completely ruling out payment is null and is practical, not possible. Number 2, I want to thank government for revising the lower secondary curriculum. I want to tell you that the content-based curriculum, from my perspective, has a positive trend in as far as the issue of generic skills, impact on generic skills is concerned in the learners. When you test the senior 3s now, they are totally different from the senior 4s. And this means that they have a skill and they are competent enough. And I want to thank government for that. But we have lacking issues here in that. And one of it is the integration of the ICT. The ICT comes with the issue to do with the internet. In Uganda, we have a very high cost of internet. And this high cost of internet makes it a little bit difficult for the people to do research in education as well, but also to digitalize the economy. Because once we don't digitalize the economy, then we cannot be able to realize a lot from it. As I summarize, can we therefore be able to reduce on the cost of internet?
Okay, I think we hear you, we hear what you're saying.
Then, in order to curb the high school dropout rates, I told you there are 450 in P1, but I have about 30 in P7. One of the contributing factors is that majority of Ugandans are now reluctant in production because they know that there is something which is not pushing them to work directly. And this comes to the issue to do with tax reviews. Currently, we have got a high indirect taxes on commodities, and that explains as to why, and according to the incidence of taxes, the higher prices of commodities to some extent. But government has deliberately dropped out the idea of direct taxes. We have graduated taxes, and in that, majority of the Ugandans when they were reaching the age of 18, were confident that I have to choose between being in school or preparing to pay the graduation tax. And that's why majority of them were able to be retained in school, not because they are interested in paying, but trying to be in school, but trying to avoid the payment of taxes. And these are practical issues.
Okay, I think you have made your point.
So can we be able to bring back the graduation tax in a way to retain directly, not because it's just a way. And this will also reduce on indirect taxes that will equal lower down the price of commodities.
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if that is to happen, in income, after all graduation tax is concerned, there are only two priorities: savings or consumption. And because of the higher taxes, the prices are high, consumption expenditure moves up, and less is available for savings and investment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The microphone to the lady at the very back, and then this lady stood up also. We'll give her an opportunity. There is a lady on this table here. We'll give her an opportunity to speak. Okay, at the back. Is there a second microphone?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to take this opportunity to thank the National Population Council for this initiative, where they have also included the students. It is so grateful. My name is Memory Ainimavas, student leader at Chambogo University, Economics and Statistics. According to the theme, building a competitive human capital for wealth creation in a world of 8 billion, to me I look at if we can create an investment in employee development. What am I trying to mean? Like our employees, because many students are graduating now and then, but at times they lack some skills because we are taught more of theory compared to practical. If they could come to the organization or any business, they should be told furthermore about how to improve their skills. And I want to look at education sector where we are talking about the fund scholarships. Some students from the university find in year 2, but they are stepping out of school, they are registering for third year because they are lacking tuition. And we always listen about these fund scholarships, whereby they are in some organizations, but we don't know which students or which people are taking up those scholarships. So I think it would also be better if we can clarify to the nation or to the citizens where they can easily get their scholarships from, because many students really don't know. And lastly, I think, according to our theme, if also these organizations could create family assistance programs, because the people you're employing, these are people with families, and their families are looking after them. So if at all they would create some family assistance programs, whereby they are training them or they are bringing them closer to know how best they can support their families through their organizations, that can be like from workshops and seminars. Thank you so much.
Okay, good. Lastly, let's listen to you. Before I give, anybody from the key ministries will be allowed to make some remarks. If you are senior from ministry, will allow you to make some comments as a way of answering some of the questions. Please.
Yes, thank you, Director. My name is Nakudima Bushira, and I'm from Makerere University, the School of Public Health. Still, my concern is still about the school dropouts. I had a suggestion, which is something small that came to my mind. I don't know if it would somehow add onto something. Many of the students at university are dropping out because of tuition issues. We appreciate the government for having put up government sponsorships and everything. Every year, I think around 400 or even more are given to students. But I see a challenge of some students who are not given but are generally competent, and that is seen during the performance throughout university. I kindly plead and beg for the government to always also follow up performance in university, because many of the private students are actually doing way better than the government students in terms of performance. Many are failing and dropping out, not becoming professionals, yet they're actually very near the goal. if only these private students could also be given chance in case they are seen as competent people who are having good CGPAs and everything, and also given chance to get scholarships during the term and everything. I'm actually speaking out of pain and from a personal experience. I'm a university student right now in year 1, but to the school where I was doing a bachelor's of pharmacy, I would be in year 3 proceeding to year 4. But I couldn't. Why? The tuition of pharmacy, a degree, was very high, and I decided to go for something that I could actually afford, which is so much of great pain. Right now I cannot become a pharmacist who I always dreamed of becoming. But I'm happy still where I am. I can still contribute to health through public health. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for that. So, by way of sort of finalizing, NPA, Minister of Education, Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Gender. Shall we start with NPA? NPA, do you have some comments? National Planning Authority.
Thank you, DG. It's not actually a question, just to clarify some of the issues they were raising and to affirm to the issues that were being raised that at Planning Authority, we've emphasized school completion, especially as the Minister said, to ensure every child at least completes secondary education. If you look at the NDP 3, the target for education, we're saying we need to at least achieve 11 years by 2025. That was our target, meaning 11 years someone should have completed P7 and as well as senior 4. So we were looking at some of these things in a broader perspective, as well as providing the quality, improving the quality of education, that is providing school meals, regarding to improving the nutrition of these students, as well as also ensuring remuneration of the teachers to ensure, because the challenge we know we have poor literacy and numeracy rates, and how do we ensure as we accelerate universal education, compulsory education, how do we achieve better indicators regarding numeracy and literacy levels? And also we've been looking at the issues of tuition, as she had just elaborated, and that also relates to the issue they raised regarding public and private education service delivery. We know it's a challenge, affordability to education services in Uganda, but we've been working, trying to see how we can regulate the issue of school fees. Government has been emphasizing that, and we're trying to see, because we notice also the high cost of education has impacted on the school dropouts, and how can we reduce on the school dropouts. So it's something we are trying to come out. The Minister of Education also came up with a directive, how we can regulate the cost of education. Now what we need to do is, how do we enforce and implement this? The challenge is within all of us, the local governments who are on the ground. We look up to you. How do we enforce these sum of directives and standards to ensure our children stay longer in schools? Those who have dropped out, we've worked with Ministry of Gender, Ministry of Education. There's a strategy to ensure all girls and teenage mothers have a re-entry into school. We've experienced various challenges in different schools. These teenage mothers, they have nowhere to leave their babies. Those who have also gotten pregnant, they are already in their second cycle of pregnancy, and we are having a lot of challenges of the re-entry policy in school. How do we enforce this? How do we support this? We've had a lot of support from CSO's development partners on supporting this campaign, which was launched by the First Lady. But how do we accelerate and support most of these teenage mothers, child mothers that have stayed out of school? Also regarding to education, I think the issue of distance is a challenge to access to education. There's a policy that most sub-counties at least should have a second education or vocational institution, because now promoting skilling. It's something that we have in the NDP3, and that would improve on service delivery in education as well as the quality of education, because also distance matters. These children walking long distances without meals, and this is one of the areas, as the keynote speaker said, as we look at harnessing the demographic dividend, our key areas we are focusing on is education and health. So at the lower level of our human beings, in regarding our competitive human capital, we are really emphasizing education, and quality of health. Thank you, Chair. The keynote speaker will add on also the agriculture issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Tabasi. Yes, the keynote speaker.
Chair, thank you, Honorable Kagwa, once again. Chair, I want to thank the members that have raised a number of issues. We have one critical entry point, that is NDP4. We are in the process of conceptualization of NDP4. We are taking lessons learned to integrate them in NDP4. We have had a midterm review of NDP3, and there are quite a number of issues that have been raised. So I want to invite you to raise these issues that they inform NDP3. This year I want to believe that we shall have a workshop report where we shall identify key critical issues which we shall put in the planning process, in the budgeting and the reporting frameworks of NDP3, which is going on, but also the NDP4 that is coming up. Another issue, colleagues, is that we have had a manpower development strategy. And I implore you to look at this. It is on our website, which tries to look at what critical skills are we missing as a country. Where is the skills gap? What are the marketable skills that we need to ensure that unemployment is reduced? Which skills are on demand? So we're trying to tune our education system to respond to the manpower gaps that we have in the country. So it will be a demand-driven education, which again NDP3 identifies those critical skills that are lacking in the country. And there are quite many. At the end of every program, there are skills gaps and skills which are needed. You will discover that there are quite a number of skills where we don't train our people. And yet these are needed for our development. Lastly, DG, on the issue of production and productivity, NDP3 identified the 10 priority commodities, which if we invested in them, if we developed the value chain of all these commodities, we would raise incomes, exports, and financing earnings. We are in the process of developing the value chains of this. And what we want to do is to have a market-driven value chain, whereby it is the market which drives production and productivity. We want a situation where we have produced, but we've lost the commodities at the farm level because there is no market for them. Production and productivity are critical, but they're not enough. We need to go all the way. And when we are led by the market leading, the production, the storage, the processing, that's the way to go. So we have written papers on coffee, we have written papers on cotton, we shall look at cassava and all these other 10 commodities, plus the new ones added by the President. Chair, I think that's what I wanted to add on. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a good input from NPA. I'm going to ask, does the Direct Commissioner Mondo Chatepa have some comments, and we'll give the floor. In the meantime, as he takes the microphone, from Sembo Brian Kabarore. He wants that why are we not focusing on the drug and substance abuse among the youth? So your point is taken. That is also an issue. Yes, Mr. Mondo Chatel.
Thank you very much, Director General, National Population Council, and chairperson of this session. The issue of young people accessing resources is not a question of complicated processes or complicated procedures. It's a question of insufficient funds vis-a-vis a high population growth rate, hence high demand. It's not about the processes. For anybody to access money that you are going to borrow, and if we have to be frugal with the money that we have, there must be processes. And for anybody to access the money, there must be some, energy you put into the processes to get the money. We don't just have to say, this money is here, it's for borrowing, and you just access it just without knowing who you are, where you come from, what you are going to do, things like that. And so it's not a question of processes that are complicated. The process of accessing the money is not complicated. The issue is about a high demand for this money vis-a-vis the resources we have put in the different programs, like a youth livelihood program, like a youth venture capital fund, like a Myoga, Uganda Women Enterprise Program, and others. The money is extremely a drop in the ocean, and yet the demand is so high, and because of the high pregnancies that are unplanned. 46% unplanned pregnancy and 3% population growth rate is extremely high. And so let's not blame it on the processes, let's blame it on the resource envelope. Two is the issue of inconsistency of focus. We have, I think, National Planning Authority has helped us here. We have, as government, been jumping from one program to another. Operation Wealth Creation for a short period of time. Then we go to ILP, UWEP, and then all of a sudden we say now we are switching, we are for PDM. And so before you make the program grow, because when the program is initiated, it's not perfect. But as you go along implementing, you are also perfecting the program. So we have not left the programs to grow, we have shifted within a short time before the growth of the program. The second thing, Mr. Chair, is the issue of accompanying the money that people borrow, youth, women, people with disability, and all these with business management skills and financial literacy, in addition to soft skills. But also, Mr. Chair, I want to say, like I've said before, that in all these programs, let's integrate family planning. You have told us we should not talk about population control, but family planning. I have a young man who does some work for me, and I've talked to this young man. At 27, he has 12 children. Now, if at 27 you have 12 children, and you can access YLP, do you believe this boy can be able to pay the money? When you look at the demands on health, the demands on food, demands on shelter, demands, mention them, and even education. So I think let's not be shy about this, and I think somewhere some leaders, politicians, I'm seated with one, I said this at the cost of my life. Some of them have betrayed us. They say they don't want to talk about population issues. You see, it's very sensitive. When you tell people family planning, they may not give you a vote. But if we are going to have voters who are illiterate, who instead of voting for Musinguzi, they will vote for Mondo, I would rather have a few voters who are literate. The other is the issue of politicizing every program. We were doing very well under YLP until people started politicizing the program and saying, you know, Museveni is giving you money to thank you for electing him. And so the younger people started eating the money. But otherwise, the program was proceeding so well. But in addition, Mr. Chair, and consistent with my friend from Arua, who talked about food insufficiency,
and to my big sister who talked about land testing. We have a problem in the agriculture sector. If we have 17 million hectares of arable land, and we have only 5 million hectares under cultivation, there is a problem. And this could be a result of the current land regime. There are people who own land, and they are interested in having big chunks of land, and this land is not under any kind of cultivation. But it's owned by somebody, a herd somewhere, a director somewhere, a commissioner somewhere, and the land, the moment you pour one tractor of sand, then even if somebody is in Europe, you will know the land is under attack. But the man is not using the land. I think we have to do something about the land regime. Mr. Chair, I stand the risk of also being stopped because I'm talking about very sensitive issues. But you know, as long as we continue, depending on God's mercy, God's grace, to do agriculture, there's a big problem. Mr. Chair, we have 165 rivers in Uganda. We have the longest river in the world. It starts in Uganda. We have big lakes in this country. But we continue to depend on God's grace, that if it doesn't rain, then there's a problem. The other day I was driving up country before this rainy season, and I found big gardens that had dried because there was no irrigation. I think, members of parliament, we should allocate a lot of money to the agriculture sector via agro-processing, but more importantly, via irrigation. Uganda's land, 80% is arable and only 20% is arid. And this is the reverse when it comes to Kenya. Kenya, 80% is arid and only 20% is arable. But they are better off than us in terms of food security. And you all know how insecure you become when you are hungry. You are about to complain about lunch. And it's because of that question of food. For young people also to do a good job in agriculture, they have been saying, you see, Commissioner, we should work towards making agriculture fun. And by saying that, they mean, can we mechanize agriculture? Can we put more money in agro-processing? They hate using the hoe, like their parents or grandparents used it too. But if we mechanize, we shall have, and actually why you told us, the majority of the young people who accessed money, they were within the agriculture sector. Finally, the keynote speaker talked about thinking about the critical skills. But I want also to add that as we think about the critical skills, we need in them to integrate the soft skills. Soft skills is a big gap that whatever courses we are going to design, as long as people don't critically think, as long as people don't have presentation skills, as long as our children cannot communicate, as long as our children don't know that they are a brand, that they are a good in the market to be sold to somebody who can provide a job, then there is a problem. But also self-discovery of our young people. All these require attention for us to be able to do a good job. But Mr. Chair, I want to say that whatever program we are having in this country is a drop in the ocean in terms of the amount of money put in these programs, and as long as that's the situation, then it will continue being like we are mopping, but the tap is open. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I think on that note, we end our session. I want to thank all of you for your inputs. I think this has been a very good debate, and I think it is also giving some ideas to the organizers how we should be responding to these issues, the various sectors, but also I think the organization of the next conference should be able to take into account some of the issues raised here. And with that, I think we have all earned our lunch. Any announcements? Where is lunch? And then I suggest that we take 45 minutes to do our lunch, which means that we should come back by 2:30. Any other announcements?
Thank you so much, Director General. Can we give him a big round of applause?
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to have lunch. As we are walking in, we saw a tent that is set up down on the upper side of the swimming pool. That's where we're going to have our lunch from. I'm aware that some of us have coupons, but then there are some people who do not have coupons. Lunch is open to all the participants who are here, and we are going to be there to ensure that everybody gets lunch. Thank you so much. As DG said, let's be back within 45 minutes for the evening session, and for the afternoon session, and we're going to have breakaway sessions. One will be in this room, and another one will be in the room below. Thank you so much. Bon appetit. and a very warm welcome back from lunch. I hope you enjoyed the food. We are now moving into our second session, and this one is going to be a parallel session where we are going to have two sessions. One session is going to be looking at early childhood development and early learning, and that session will stay in this hall, and this hall is called Nile Hall. And then we'll have a second session, which is the third session in the program book, and that is on equity, social protection, women empowerment, and inclusion. And that session is going to take place in Kagera Hall. In the booklet we have Katonga Hall, but there is a small change. The second session for this afternoon will be taking place in Kagera Hall. And the chairperson for the session that is going to be taking place in this hall is Mr. Kasule Samuel. Is he around? Mr. Kasule Samuel? Okay, I have been informed that Mr. Kasule Samuel couldn't make it this afternoon, so he is going to be represented by Mr. Ampire John, and I want to take this opportunity to invite John to come and kickstart the session on early childhood development, early learning, early childhood development, and early learning. John? And perhaps what I have to inform the participants is that it's up to you to choose either of the two sessions, the one you feel you're most interested in. If you have the book, you can go through the presentations that are going to be made, and that will guide your decision. And then if you find there are presentations here you're interested in, but there are also presentations down that you would like to listen into, feel free to always walk out of this hall to the other hall, and you can even come back. So, Mr. John Ampire, you're most welcome to come and chair the session in this room. Thank you. John is a Principal National Program Officer with the National Population Council, and he works in the Family Health Department. You're most welcome, my brother.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Charles Musana. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you and to thank you so much for choosing to be part of this session. My name is John Ampeye, as you've heard. I serve the people of the Republic of Uganda, based at the National Population Council currently. And I'm very happy to welcome you. This is going to be an exciting session. If you have a copy of the program, you probably have already looked at the different presentations that we have. So I want to make a roll call to be sure that our presenters are already in the house. I want to find out whether Dr. Pamela Nizeimana is around. Okay. You're welcome, Pamela. I want to find out whether Dr. Mary Goreti Nakabugo is with us. Dr. Mary Goreti Nakabugo. Okay. Good to see you. Dr. Betty Chadondo. Okay, good to have you, Doctor. I'm reliably informed that Ms. Stella Chigozi couldn't make it. I don't know whether something miraculous has happened and she's with us now. And then we are supposed to have Mr. Diksoka Javira. Okay, so you're most welcome. Okay, thank you so much, Madam. I'm reliably informed that someone is going to represent Ms. Sarah Chigozi and make the presentation. We have 5 presentations that we are going to be making, and we have about 2 hours. So we are going to be giving each presenter 15 minutes to make a presentation. Then after, we shall have a discussion at the end of the 5 presentations. And in the interest of time, I would want to invite our first presenter, and this is none other than Dr. Pamela Nizeimana. Dr. Pamela Nizeimana is a special needs and inclusive education specialist working as a lecturer, special needs education at the Mountains of the Moon University. She has over 22 years experience in special needs education, having worked as a senior education officer in special needs education at the Ministry of Education and Sports for 5 years, and taught special needs education to students at the Teacher Training College. Pamela holds a Doctor of Philosophy in Education with a research focus on disability and inclusive education. Pamela has published papers on the education of children with disabilities, special needs, and inclusive education in recognized published journals as an author and co-author respectively. Pamela has strong research and consultative skills, having conducted over 12 consultancy services on disability, special needs, inclusive education, refugees, and early childhood education. Pamela has experience in supporting the most vulnerable persons. She understands and communicates well in Uganda Sign Language with persons with hearing impairment. She promotes safeguarding issues as a focal person in one of the organizations she is a board member. She has exhibited high level of integrity in performing her duties and has strong communication and interpersonal skills of disability issues. She has skills in research methodologies, data collection and analysis with a certificate in human protection in research. She also has extensive experience in working with international and local organizations and governments with proven experience in leading and mentoring diverse technical teams to deliver high quality programs at all levels, and is very able to demonstrate this through what she does. Ladies and gentlemen, I want us to put our hands together and welcome Dr. Pamela Nizeimana to make her presentation.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy that the chairperson has introduced me very well, and I would like to appreciate him because many people fail to pronounce my name, and he pronounced it very well. So I'm here to talk about thank you very much. Once again, I'm Dr. Pamela Nizeimana. I'm a disability activist, having acquired disability at the age of 2 due to polio, which did not limit me from progressing, and as a model to show that disability is not inability and every child can learn and progress. So here I'm going to talk about knowledge, attitude, and practice of teachers in early childhood education for children with disabilities in Uganda. I thought of this topic because, as you may all be aware, early childhood education is still private, and it takes time for a parent to think of taking a child with disability for early childhood. This presentation discusses the knowledge, attitude, and practice of teachers in early childhood and care education for children with disabilities in Uganda. It looks at how teachers are responding to early childhood and care education for children with disabilities, the knowledge of teachers in supporting these children with disabilities, and the practice towards the education of children with disabilities in early childhood education. The program statement is that the Convention on the Rights of the Child and the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities indicate that children with disabilities must have the same rights as other children to access education at all levels. So here it means if a child with disability is to be admitted in early childhood, there is nobody who should say this child has no right for early childhood education. The Uganda's constitution provides education as a right to everyone. So when they say everyone, it does not discriminate any child. Whether you have a disability, whether you are a girl child, whether you are what, the constitution provides education as a right to everyone. Despite these provisions, young children with disabilities are often excluded from mainstream early childhood and care education programs and services designed to ensure child development. Children with disabilities are 25% less likely to attend early childhood education as compared to 49% of other children. The rationale of this study, children with disabilities are a highly diverse population group. They include children who are born with a genetic condition, children acquired a condition during or after birth that affects their physical, mental, and social development. Children with disabilities in Uganda are among the most stigmatized, excluded children. Limited knowledge about disability and related negative attitudes can result in marginalization of children with disabilities within their families, schools, and community. So children with disabilities are not only excluded or marginalized in school, it begins from home. And in homes, sometimes parents think they are overprotecting their children. Like, you have a child with visual impairment, and as a parent, you have that sympathetic, you think this child cannot do anything, and yet you are discriminating and excluding the child from learning how to do work like any other child. The current study was to find out the teacher's perception and knowledge in education of children with disabilities in early childhood and care education. The objectives of this study was to find out factors that hinder access to education among children with disabilities in early childhood education. The second one is to assess the perceptions of teachers on education of children with disabilities in early childhood education and their parents, to find out what can be done to improve access to early childhood and care education among children with disabilities. So those were the three objectives that this study was investigating to help us understand how do we promote access to early childhood care and education for children with disabilities. The methodology, the research method that we used The study used the qualitative research method. It adapted a case study design because the advantage of case study was that it allowed the investigator to dig deeper into a phenomenon when it comes to early childhood education for children with disabilities. And the investigator also noted that the disadvantage of case study is that information from other situations may be missed since the research concentrates on only one thing. The target group, the study was conducted, targeted the population were teachers, parents, and children with disabilities in primary schools from Kisoro district. And the sampling and technique that were used, we used purposive and convenient sampling technique to select the participants. This was intended to choose participants who deemed to provide the necessary knowledge from the topic that was being studied. The sample determination from the teaching staff, the investigator selected 10 teachers, one head teacher, and then parents of children with disabilities from the Center Management Committee. Data collection, data was collected using interviews and face-to-face interview and also phone calls. For some participants, we could call them on phone and get information from them. The investigator administered the interview herself because it was a small study, so we did not have research assistants to help, but the researcher collected the data herself, and it was done through face-to-face and phone calls. Data analysis, the investigator analyzed the data from each interview for accuracy and completeness of information using descriptive data analysis. And the presentation of data collected depended on the amount of information contained into it. Analysis and interpretation of data were based on the objectives of the study. As you've heard, we had 3 objectives. The validity and reliability of the research instruments. The interview guide was pre-tested to determine its validity and reliability to check if the tool will give us the right information required. And then under ethical consideration, at every interview, the investigator asked the participants if they are willing to give information, and if they are not willing, it was okay to say, I don't want to give information. The findings of the study. As you remember, we are collecting information about why children with disabilities are not accessing early childhood education. It was found out that shortage of early childhood centers accessible for children with disabilities. So accessibility is the key factor that makes children with disabilities, majority of them don't access early childhood education. And here we're talking of early childhood education, but you may find that it may be the same factor even for primary, secondary, and even university level. The next factor was that stigmatization and discrimination has continued to affect access to early childhood and care education among the children with disabilities. Stigma and discrimination, as we had, it begins from home, it goes to school, it goes to community. So from all sides, children with disabilities get stigmatized and discriminated because of the way they are. The next one was that it was found out shortage of specialized teachers, support devices, and learning materials for inclusive early childhood and care education. This one is key. You ask like children with visual impairment, they require a teacher who understands how to read Braille. If it's a child with hearing impairment, it requires a teacher who understands sign language. So it was one of the factors that contribute to having many children with disabilities fail to access early childhood education. And this was a key factor because in most trainings, at least when you go for primary level, we have a number of teachers who have been trained in special needs education. But when you go to early childhood education, in one of the studies which was conducted by Cambridge, in about 60 schools, only one teacher was able, because she had a relative who was deaf. So if you have no relative, maybe you find majority of them didn't have the skills that is required to support children with disabilities. Then the next one was assessing the perception of parents on education of children with disabilities. And most parents felt that the children with disabilities do not need to go to school early. The reason was, one of the parents said, I feel my child is too young and he or she needs my presence all the time. So if I take her or him to school, I will not be able and I will not be settled in mind. Added that, you know, these children with disability, if you are not the mother, you cannot manage them at a younger age like mine. I have to feed him even when he is coming to 4 years. This is one of the parents, and he had a child with spinal bifida and hydrocephalus, which is somehow a severe one, where a child is confined in a wheelchair and cannot feed himself, so the mother always feeds the child. So parents sometimes have that feeling that no any other mother that can be able to take care of my child. The next one was that some parents felt that other children will tease their children with disability. And this is common. If I can give my experience, I nearly dropped out of school because when I was going to school, other children could follow me and walk like how I'm walking. So I resorted, if I'm walking and I see people, I squat down so that those people can first go away. And then I start walking. So it is always there that children with disabilities may be teased, and sometimes they may be teased because of lack of knowledge about the potential of children with disabilities. And then the last objective was to find out how we can improve early childhood education among children with disabilities. And it was found out that there is a need for a holistic approach to support children with disabilities in early childhood education. The holistic approach here, they said, the parents, the teacher, the child, the community worker, they all need to work together to ensure that they mobilize and support younger children with disabilities to access education. And then the next one was training of early childhood education teachers on inclusive education methodologies, provision of specialized materials, and improving on accessibility in early childhood education, including play materials. And then finally, sensitizing the parents of children with disabilities on how to support their early childhood education and care. And these were the general recommendations, because they were asked what general recommendation would you give for the government to support education of children with disabilities in early childhood. So the first one was improve the data collection on children with disabilities in early childhood education, store it well, use it, and disseminate it. So when we collect data on children with disabilities in early childhood, we need to disseminate that data and use it for planning and providing for the needs of children with disability. And this data should be disaggregated by age, gender, and disability. Then the next one was standardized screening and identification tools to improve area detection and enabling informed programming and investment. Then the next one is to build a strong collaboration for more efficient support for access to early childhood education for children with disabilities. And then develop a set of standards for disability-inclusive early childhood education for quality in early childhood interventions and development programs. As I conclude, we are saying that there is also need to provide specialized materials and play materials for children with disabilities in early childhood and care education. One of the schools I went to, they have early childhood play materials. But if a child is in a wheelchair, cannot access those materials, and that makes them be left out. Then capacity building for teachers in early childhood to be able to teach and support children with disabilities in early childhood education, and conduct communication training programs for children with disabilities, especially for children with hearing impairment, who are the most marginalized when it comes to access to education, because majority of the teachers cannot communicate in sign language, and they make these children just sit without doing anything. As I conclude, to achieve the full cognitive, educational, economic, and social potential of children, investment in high-quality early childhood education is required. This will bring the provisions for greater return than at any other period in the education cycle. We've been saying children with disabilities are not performing very well at primary examinations. This is because majority of them do not have chance to go through early childhood education. So they cannot ever compete with these other children who first go for early childhood, and then for them they come direct to primary, and they even come when they are aged. Because the right age is 6, but you can go in a school, you find a child with disabilities 12 years, but is in P1. Early childhood education is considered a foundation level for education. Once children with disabilities access early childhood education, it will be an added advantage to them for improved learning outcome among them. Thank you very much for listening. That is the presentation that I had, and you are most welcome to add or to seek clarification or anything. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nizeimana. Ladies and gentlemen, I come from Kabale and we tend to use a lot of energy. I request that we borrow the energy from Kabale and give her a thunderous hand clap. Yes. Thank you so much, Pamela. I will kindly request that you actually take your seat at the stage. This is done intentionally to separate the sheep from the goats, as the Lord will do later. So the next presentation is going to be on accelerating return on investment in education through provision of pre-primary education in Uganda, evidence from Uwezo Learning Assessment. And this is going to be made by Dr. Mary Goretti Nakabugo. Dr. Mary Goretti Nakabugo is the ED of Uwezo Uganda, a non-profit organization working to promote equity education in Uganda and beyond through research, learning assessment, innovation, partnerships, and advocacy. Previously, she was Uwezo country lead and regional manager of Uwezo East Africa. Her prior work experience has mainly been in higher education. She was a senior lecturer of the higher education studies at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa, and Senior Lecturer and Head of Department of Curriculum, Teaching and Media at Makerere University, Uganda. She was a Research Fellow and Education Coordinator of the Irish African Partnership for Research Capacity Building, based at Mary Immaculate College, University of Limerick, Ireland. She was Visiting Professor of the Center for Study of International Cooperation in Education, Hiroshima University in Japan. Her other current roles include Chairperson of Chambogo University Council and Chairperson of Mutesa One Royal University Council. She is a Fellow and Vice President of the Uganda National Academy of Sciences and chairs its Standing Committee on Education. She is a board member and Secretary of the Regional Educational Learning Initiative and is the current chair of the Eastern and Southern Africa Hub of People's Action for Learning Network. She holds a PhD in Education from the University of Cape Town, South Africa. Her research interests include assessment for learning, education and international development, teacher education, and curriculum development. Ladies and gentlemen, let us put our hands together for Dr. Mary Gorete Nyakabuto.
All right. Thank you very much, Director of Programs, for the kind introduction. And good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for coming to this session. It's always nice to see a big group coming to attend an afternoon session. So as the Director of Programs introduced, I'm here to share some evidence from the learning assessments that we have been conducting for the last decade, but we shall share evidence from the recent assessments, learning assessments we have conducted in 2018 and 2021. Our organization, was in Uganda, tracks learning outcomes across East Africa, in Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania. And I'm happy to see our technical advisor here, technical committee member, Dr. John Sekamate, who has been also advising over the years on the work that we do. And as we track learning outcomes, we mainly focus on the foundations, what children are able to read and simple arithmetic by the time they complete 3 years of primary education, for example. But we pitch our assessments at primary 2 level. And some of the variables we've been tracking relate to ECD. So that is the reason that is informing the topic that we chose, accelerated return to investment in education through provision of pre-primary education in Uganda. And in terms of background, really, for low-income countries, and Uganda is a low-income country, no doubt about that, both improved education and reduced child dependence ratio are important for economic growth. So again, that is not debatable. The quality of education that they receive, but also the dependency ratio. In terms of education can contribute in a number of ways, but we have identified or highlighted 3. One is the reduction of the fertility rate, the number of children a woman gets, produces. Increased work time for parents. I mean, if one has so many children to attend to, even the time to work also reduces, then the workforce productivity. Again, the contribution of education to the quality of the workforce cannot be overemphasized. The other one is the families, that the families with fewer dependents can usually invest more per person in education. I mean, many of us seated here, personally, come from a very big family. 11 children who survived out of 13. Yes, we were lucky to get education amidst poverty, but it becomes increasingly difficult for parents with many children to actually support and invest sufficiently on each of those children. path for changes producing a demographic dividend, benefits of the population, is that we have, again, literature highlights three. One is that more effective education and health care can really contribute to economic development. And this relates to expansion of basic education, for example, but also reduced child mortality. The other one are some intermediate factors, for example, increased attainment in education, that is, the learning outcomes. It's not sufficient really to send children to school. And maybe that was the undoing of the last so many years of universal primary education. It was nice to take children to school, but it's just of recent that we got concerned about the quality and the learning outcomes that children register. The other one is, of course, the reduced fertility rate that we have talked about. The other one is benefits favoring economic growth. Again, we are emphasizing the issue of a more productive workforce, which can be enhanced by the quality of education that they receive, and then also the reduced child dependence ratio that we talked about. How many children are depending on a single parent or on two parents? Unfortunately, it so happens that the poorer the households, the more children they are also getting. So the dependence rate also increases. So looking at all those indicators that can lead to demographic dividends, Uganda is far from meeting really the requirements for rapid economic growth and development. We love our country, but it doesn't stop you from seeing the areas where we need to improve. If we look at primary education, the point of primary education as one of the indicators, powerful contributors to economic growth and development, primary education in Uganda continues to be very inefficient in a number of ways. Our own assessments for the last decade into primary education on the literacy and numeracy levels have indicated that we have not made much progress in ensuring that children go to school and learn. As recent as 2021, when we did the last assessment, we have less than 10% of children who have gone through 3 years of primary education, who are able to read and comprehend a short story at primary 2 level, meaning that over 90%, of course they will progress to other levels of education, but what happens? Many of them are also forced to repeat because they haven't acquired the basics to be able to learn higher levels of content, but also the survival rate. There's a lot of wastage in primary education in Uganda. When we talk about the survival rate, what percentage of children survive and go through the whole cycle of primary education? It's about 30%. By 2016, it was estimated to be 32% who survive until primary 7. Also, we talked about the child dependence ratio, which is very high, and it remains at almost 89%, so 88.5%. So, we are giving all this background in terms of the areas that we need to strengthen to ensure that the returns on education are maximized. And here we are asserting that the potential value for investing in public early childhood care and education will actually increase those returns, the benefits on education, especially if we invest publicly. People will say that, oh, we are already investing. Of course, parents are investing, but is government investing into this area of education? And here we're talking about children aged between 3 to 6 years. So we identify this kind of investment as one of the key responses to the inefficiency in primary education. And although we adopt an efficiency perspective, we also consider access to quality, but to any type of childhood education as a human right. If we want primary education to be meaningful and for children to register high learning outcomes, then investment in ECD, in their readiness to learn, it cannot be something else. It's a right on its own. So we focus here on the benefits of ECCE for later learning, but we also do not regard school readiness as its sole purpose, because it's not only, ECD does not only prepare children for school, it also prepares, as Dr. Pamela also emphasized, it prepares children to be ready for other things. And here we highlight 5 importances of preschools. And what we are emphasizing here is that for ECD or preschool to be impactful, to actually lead to these 5 benefits that we are emphasizing, it doesn't have to be of super high quality, that you are going to be paying 2 million per term. I mean, some parents are paying 4 times for ECD than what they pay for university. I mean, it doesn't have to be too expensive. So even at a lower quality, we're not saying it should be too poor, but even at a reduced quality, it can lead to some of these benefits. The general cognitive skills, the rate at which the brain develops, for example. The literacy and numeracy skills, again, as we shall see, we shall show you in the evidence that we give, that children who have access to preschool a certain number of years, they can easily acquire these foundational skills of literacy and numeracy, the emotional development, matters of the heart, how children relate with others, how they become self-aware, the social competence, but also the physical well-being. I mean, children are taught to manipulate things, but also to exercise their bodies well-being and health. So, but what is kind of the status of preschool in our country in terms of the number of years that children are paid? Because one of the issues that we emphasize in this paper is that the number of years also matters quite a lot. 1 year might be too little to prepare these children through ECD. And here we use our data from the 2018 assessment. We collected it from over 24,700 children, aged 6 to 14 years in 32 districts. And within that data, of those over 24,700 children, about 80% of the children had no access whatsoever to preschool. 13% had 1 year of preschool, 17% 2 years of preschool, and about 32% had 3+ years. I think actually those of you who have been following trends in provision of ECD in Uganda, we have made some improvements. That, I mean, if you have less than 40% who have never, in our sample, who had never acquired preschool, meaning like 40% had acquired some type of preschool, even if for 1 year. Even if that is paid by parents, not really government directly. And what we are starting here is that for preschool, I mean, if we agree that the benefits of preschool are really massive for improving the quality of learning of children, we also need to be mindful or be aware of the challenges that ECD in Uganda faces, and some of them have been highlighted by our colleague, my colleague, Dr. Pamela, the previous presenter. The number one, which she highlighted also, is the issue of access. Provision is left private providers, which makes it extremely difficult for poor families to afford preschool. The quality of service is also varied much as we say that irrespective of the quality of preschool that children get, as long as they get it, still it's better than nothing, but we also need to be mindful about that quality, but also much of the training. Of course, government kind of oversees the training through Chambogo University, but there's also a lot of training that happens privately without being quality assured. But also the supervision of these preschools is pretty weak. Quite a number of preschools are not registered officially, and sometimes even that district officials might not know. They may know, but they may not even know the quality that is being offered there. So there's poor supervision per se. So to drive our point home on the benefits of preschool to improving the quality of learning, but also to that demographic dividend that we're talking about, we are using two data points here. The first one is looking at the lower level outcomes. When we talk about lower levels, we're talking about the very, very foundations. And the data here we use here for children aged 6 to 14 years of that sample that I told you about, over 24,700 children. Ability to read words in English, simple words, girl, boy, spoon, flower, and so on. And then do simple subtraction without borrowing. 4 minus 3, 5 minus 2, simple. So we use that data point, and this is what we get in relation to the children who got some kind of preschool. When it comes to ability to read words, okay, and ability to subtract, if you look at the first bars, where I know this is really pretty small for people sitting at the back, but children who had at least 2 years of preschool plus private primary education, the percentage of those who were able to read words and subtract actually increases, is much higher than others. But, which is and it's higher for reading actually than literacy. So if you look at for reading, you are talking about 69% versus 60, versus ability to actually subtract. When we look at those with only 2 years plus of preschool, only, still the percentage is high. And I think really what we want to highlight here, because in Uganda, private schools are almost synonymous with quality education. That is what people think. If you want good education, take your children to a private school. And some people pay through the nose, millions, and people shouldn't be paying a lot of money for children to learn to read and count, because it's a human right. It's our right as a country to ensure that every child actually acquires it. But what happens if the new children are not going to a private school, but they have preschool? Their learning outcomes are actually higher than those ones who are attending private school only without ever having acquired a preschool. So for reading, for example, if I could bring those who are seated far away on board, for reading, for example, children who had only private education without ECD, 45% of those could read these simple words in English, versus 54% of those who were not in private school, but they actually had ECD, preschool. So the benefit actually increases of preschool. And if the argument that we make later is that if you make preschool accessible to everyone, it actually reduces the gaps that socioeconomic status brings, the gap between the rich and the poor, who can take their children to private schools. So what are the implications of this findings for the lower levels. Sorry. We highlight here two implications: that children seem to be learning faster in primary school as a result of the preschool experience, just as the data that we indicated shows. And this highlights the last point that I made, that the marginal effect of the preschool experience seems to be larger than that of attending a private school. So, but also to be sure, as we move towards the end, we also have had some analysis of the data at higher levels. The higher levels here, we are looking at primary 3 to primary 7 children and their ability to be able to read and comprehend a short story, as opposed to just reading words, and also perform division tasks. Division is more complex than just merely subtracting. So we are also giving that data for children between P3 to P7. Remember the tasks that we are using at primary 2 level. So meaning that anyone in P3 upwards, they should actually be doing these things with ease. But this is what is happening, is that and we are also bringing in some other variables here. For example, the wealth group. And here we have divided the population of these children into 3 wealthy groups: the low, middle, and high group. So if you look at children who have at least two years of preschool, even in the lower group of wealth, 32% are able to read and comprehend a primary 2 story, as opposed to 24% who are able to read. So and the effect of the preschool is kindly felt across the board, irrespective of the wealth group. I want to talk about the numeracy in the interest of time, but still across the board, the effect of the contribution of ECD to children's ability to be able to divide is actually felt, and it's more with the lower groups, the lower wealth group. What are the implications of this, of the data that we are showing for the higher level? The implication is that within each of the 3 household wealth groups, having at least 2 years of preschool experience is consistently associated with higher rates of competence, as the data showed, and that the inequality of outcomes that is attributable to wealth is mitigated by preschool experience. This is the point that we have been emphasizing right from the beginning, that the advantage of wealth is washed away by preschool experience, meaning that if we invest more in preschool, we can actually make education equitable and beneficial to all children, irrespective of the families or the geographical location where they are found, they find themselves. So why does ECE make a difference? And we hypothesize. This is my second last slide. So why we think that ECD or ECCE is making a difference is that, number one, classes tend to be smaller than in P1 to P3. Because, of course, at the moment, because ECD is kind of a private provision, they try also to control the number of children going into those classrooms. But because also you have the baby, middle, upper, you can easily actually distribute these age groups in different classes. So the classes tend to be lower. Therefore, the teachers are able to attend to these children as individuals. But also, children develop social skills that are beneficial for later learning. Of course, this presupposes that every ECD school is teaching children other social skills besides pumping them with literacy, numeracy. Of course, you have those variations where children in upper the top school, top preschool, are being taught as if they're in P2. That shouldn't be the case. They should actually be taught other social skills which are important for later learning. So we are asserting here that with public investment in ECCE, these advantages could still be greater. So we make 3 recommendations here as we conclude: to make ECD or ECCE more accessible to everyone, to every child, but of reasonable standard. I think we may not run away from government being involved in this. It's been too long for government avoiding this. Yet, as evidence everywhere shows, to minimize wastage in primary education, things like repetition, dropout, but also children going through primary education without learning how to read, investment in ECE should not be an option for government. And here we are saying, at least let's consider giving public subsidy of non-profit preschools. There are preschools. Recently we started community preschools. Preschools that have been started by communities themselves. If government could consider giving subsidies to increase access to children within those communities, and looking at the expenses these community preschools incurred, a subsidy of about 50,000. I mean, 50,000 might be regarded a lot of money, given that I think capitation grant is at now 20,000. One might add, if you say 50,000 for preschool, when government is only giving 20,000 or less as capitation grant, what are you talking about? But the benefits of investing in a preschool actually will fast track learning outcomes at primary education. So it's one, the investment, but also a strong role for local communities in the management of preschools is very important, as our recent study in local community preschools indicates, but also expanding training of teachers and assistants for this level at a reasonable, not excessive qualification requirements might help. I think a requirement that, a policy that requires every teacher of preschool to have diploma, degree, might be too excessive, especially where we are. So if we could lower that kind of requirement, it might increase, or it will increase the number of teachers that we need for preschool, desperately need for preschool, to make it accessible and of a reasonable standard for every child in Uganda. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nakabugo, for that very, very detailed presentation. Very important for Foundation for Human Capital Development. Kindly join Dr. Nzeimana. I intentionally decided to let her go on because that presentation is very, very important for us to harness the demographic dividend. The next presentation is going to be made by 2 ladies. I request that they will stick to 15 minutes so that we have ample time for discussion. And these are Ms. Florence Mpabulunji-Tagora, who is currently working with UNFPA Uganda as a data and population dynamics specialist. She joined UNFPA in 2012, and before that she worked in various capacities in monitoring and evaluation with the civil society organizations, including Chemonix, UNICEF, AIM Uganda, Lutheran World Foundation, and also working as a district population officer in Tororo district. She holds a master's degree in population studies, a master's degree in public health leadership, and a bachelor's degree in sociology and social administration. The next lady is Dr. Betty Chadondo, who is a medical doctor trained in demography and currently working as the Director of Family Health at the National Population Council in Uganda. Dr. Chadondo is a Colin Fellow of Oxford Institute of Population Aging and is spearheading the efforts towards getting Uganda on the trajectory to harnessing the demographic dividend. Dr. Chadondo previously served as a Senior National Program Officer for UNFPA Uganda's Joint Program on Population. She has coordinated the development and implementation of national and current
of national and community-based projects through internationally funded projects such as UNFPA, USAID, UNICEF, DFID, PI, and the World Bank. And she has also coordinated the medical team at the AIDS Information Center. And she is a researcher and a part-time lecturer at Makerere University School of Public Health. I will invite Ms. Florence to begin, and they are making a presentation on demographic realities along the life course and implications for Uganda to harness the demographic dividend. Ms. Florence.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, the chair of the session. I've already been introduced, so I'll not go through any other introductions. I'll start this presentation and then my colleague, Betty, will continue. And I think we were supposed to be through. Yeah. So we are talking about demographic realities along the life cycle approach and implications for the Uganda to harness the demographic dividends. We thought that this presentation would be important for us to understand what are the population dynamics in Uganda. How do we understand these issues? And how can we translate these issues into more practical aspects? Because normally when we are looking at population dynamics, we talk about the numbers, and we do not go into the details of breaking down these numbers. And in most cases, when we interrogate the situation of population in the country, most of us will say, you know, it's a big population, the population is growing at a very fast rate, but what does it mean? And this morning we heard from the representative of UNFPA who was talking about the world reaching the 8 billion mark. And there have been so many concerns about the world reaching 8 billion. And what does this mean to a lay person? So when we look at the population of Uganda, we are looking at a population which is growing at a rate of about 3%. And this is a very fast population growth rate. And we realize that almost every 20 years, our population doubles. But what does this number mean to the planners, to the decision makers, to the young people? So as we talk about population dynamics, we really need to interrogate these numbers, understand them clearly, in order to trigger action. So when we are talking about these numbers, we know that the population of Uganda will soon reach 45.9 million people. And I'm sure we all know that by the end of this year, possibly we'll have had a census to clearly give us the total numbers of the population. And in most cases, when we are talking about the population numbers, we say, you know, this is a big challenge. But really, Uganda, our issue is not the population size, but what does this population entail? What quality of population do we have? So, as I said, it doubles every 20 years. That has implications, because as we look back, we start asking ourselves, do we have enough? Does the number of schools grow at the same rate? Does the number of facilities grow at the same rate to respond to the population needs of the population? No, most of this is not happening as we thought it could happen. So we are looking at unfavorable population structure. We are looking at high population dependency, whereby majority of the population are below the age of 15. I do not want to go so much into that because all the speakers before this morning have been looking at these issues. So in most cases, when we are projecting the population, we look at the population pyramid, and I know many people, when we are talking to each other, when we are interacting,
people say, but what does this population pyramid mean? And I was talking to my colleagues, I said, maybe it's now time for us to look at those numbers. What do they mean? Because if we have a population of 0 to 4 or 5 to 9, occupying 16% of the total population, the total number that are below the age of 9, below 10 years, we have about 14 million. 14 million dependents doing nothing, mainly in education. They are waiting for food, they are waiting for schools, they are waiting for all the basic needs. But what does this mean to a planner or a decision maker? We have many planners in the house. What does this mean when we are talking about these numbers? Then when we look at the population of those who are between the age of 10 to 19, we are talking about a population of around 11 million. What does this mean, 11 million people? Are we planning for this population? Or are we stuck on the populations that we had in 1990? Are we making the strides to ensure that all these 14 million children in the next 5 years, they will have access to education? So these are some of the challenges that we battle with. And as you see, majority of the population are below the age of 15, as I said. And that is a big call to most of the planners and decision makers that we need to do something about it. This morning, we were looking at the life cycle approach. And it was presented by the keynote speaker who was talking about NDP refocusing on the life cycle approach. And as we look at those populations, it's important for us to, right from inception, when the mother is pregnant, to start thinking of what is going to happen to this baby who is coming on earth. And this is divided according to the age groups, but when we link it to education, to health and social protection, as examples, I'm not going into agriculture and the environment part of it. But when you look at the preconception, we know that mothers need the nutrition. They need antenatal care. They need delivery services. They need to prepare themselves before they have a new life, before they give a new life to a baby. So there is need to prepare a lot for this kind of population. So at 0 to 4, we know that we need the immunization, we need the nutrition, we need the pre-primary and ECD, as my colleague has been talking about. But as planners out there in the districts, planners in the sectors, are we looking at the populations that we are planning for before we do this? This particular age group, we are looking at registration. I don't know whether we have somebody from NIRA. We are looking at registration of birth and death. And this helps us monitor the kind of population we have in the country. Because if we start from conception, we know the number of deliveries we expect. We know the number of children at birth that we expect. But are we using these numbers to plan for the population? I don't know. The question still lies among the decision makers and the planners of this country. Then we are looking at 5 to 9, where we are now starting to talk about issues around primary education. Do our children have access to primary education? We are talking about a population of 11 million children. And this morning we heard the minister say that at enrollment, we have about 1 million children who enroll. But what happens to the rest? Who is accountable? Where are they? We do not know. So when you go and look at these populations, the key question we ask ourselves, out of the 1 million, and we have only 800 sitting for primary 7, where have the rest gone? Many of them have dropped out of school because of pregnancy, because of other challenges in life. So at this age, we should be looking at primary education, and from primary education, we should be looking at the secondary education, and also the skilling comes in there. But what we are now emphasizing, and I'm sorry to bring this up, is that from time to time, we hear many of some of the leaders at different levels, saying that even if these children drop out in primary 4, we should skill them, they should start doing some work, and they will be able to earn an income. But as we talk about the demographic dividend, we need to prepare for these populations. We do not need to pretend that we don't know what is happening. We actually know. But are we planning enough for this kind of population? We are looking at once the children, especially the girl child, once she enters the age of 8, 9, then we know that issues around sexuality education start coming in. This is when they start their menstruation. That is when they start, many of them start becoming sexually active. So how do we embed the issues around sexuality education? Of course, we need messages that are age appropriate. The child needs to understand her body, to know that if, in case I had any relationship and I had any sexual encounter, I can get a pregnancy. But are we talking to them about these issues? The question is up to all of us here. We know what is happening to the girl child. So how can we look at this life cycle and start planning according to the needs of the population? We know that after around 20 to 60, we start talking about tertiary education, job creation, employment, and all these issues. But they also go hand in hand with issues around health. That's when women start producing children. They need the services. So our health facilities should be catering for the services that will enable women give birth without dying in childbirth. We need to talk about family planning, issues of nutrition, issues around infertility. They are becoming common, but are we addressing them, or we are waiting for the problem to become bigger? We are also talking about issues of GBV, but also we have issues around communicable diseases. So when we look at social protection, there are a lot of issues around sexual reproduction, around GBV, gender-based violence. But are we addressing these issues? Do we know that at a certain age these issues are key and we need to start addressing them? Of course, government has responded a lot with a number of programs, the Capital Venture Fund for the youth, for the women, we have the SAGE, we have now the parish development model, but are they targeting the different age categories? The question is ours. So we need to respond to some of those issues as we talk about the life cycle approach. So here we have a journey of a young girl who is about 10 years. But these days, I don't think we should only talk about the girl child. And as we talk about the demographic dividend, we're saying that if these children are not properly guided, especially around the age of 8, 9, 10, then they are likely to follow the red line, where we are talking about an adolescent who does not have information about sexuality, who will end up in child marriage, she will drop out of school. Most cases, she will get repeated pregnancies because she has no access to information. She will have many children, and in most cases, about 28% of these are dying while giving birth. So, if our children are not properly guided, we will see them on the red track. But if they are properly guided right from the age of 0, as we are talking about pre-primary, primary, if they are guided properly, complete school, employment, they get married, they have access to information, they have access to services, then they will take the brain line, and we are able to harness the demographic dividend. Of course, there are so many other issues that play along, especially when we are talking about the demographic dividend, we have the multi-sector approach. So this multi-sector approach means that we all need to get on board to see what is our action at every stage of this young person. But as I talk about the girl child, let's not forget the boy child. Many of them did not return to school after COVID. So as we talk about the demographic dividend, we need to focus on both the girl child and the boy child. So I'll stop there and invite my colleague Betty to continue. Thank you. Thank you very much, Christine. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be very quick. And given the fact that Florence has taken us through the life cycle approach, for me, I'm just going to show the reality, which throughout the morning and this afternoon, we have been listening to them. One of these realities is about the disparities. And as you can clearly see in this, we call this the family planning atlas. Okay? In this family planning atlas, we see the diversity regionally about where we have the high fertility rates, about where we have the low fertility rates, because it is showing the total fertility rate in Uganda is 5.4. But where we have the red, the deep red, fertility is very high. Where we have a very light color that is close to yellow, I think it is yellow, the fertility is low. So these are the realities. We have lots of disparities which don't seem to be necessary for us as a country if we are going to attain the demographic dividend. And we continue seeing inequalities in access to so many of our services. Inequalities in sexual and reproductive health, you can clearly see we have inequalities in terms of wealth quantile, where the rich access services more than those who are not rich enough, and where access services are more accessible to those in urban areas than those in rural areas. So these are the real realities in our demographic diversity. Then 3, we also see inequalities or disparities in access to family planning, where family planning access is high, fertility is low, education is better, mortality is low, because they are able to access all the different types of services in those different regions. And we also know where access to family planning services is high, then adolescent pregnancy is low. And this seems to be the biggest challenge in our demographic diversity. So I had put a slide on trends in mortality, but this just shows where we are. Allow me to skip this. But we have real challenges in regional disparities. I first showed you in total fertility rate, family planning access. This is showing us in mortality. And this specifically speaks about both maternal mortality and also infant mortality, because it is based on the institutional mortalities in our districts, but happening at the facilities, because it is institutional. It clearly shows where you see that gap. That is where we are losing more women giving birth. And that is where we are also seeing higher rates of infant mortality. And this speaks volumes to us, even as we are planning. We plan nationally, but we need to plan based on the peculiarities within our different local governments. And then when it comes to adolescent life, this slide shows how many girls are getting pregnant in the different regions, young girls, the teenage girls. And the ones that we have marked red is where we have teenage pregnancies above the national level. National is 25%. So you can look at your region. Where do you come from? Do you come from Teso? Do you come from Busoga? Do you come from North Central? These are the areas that need to have more attention paid to addressing issues around teenage pregnancy. And as you have been hearing since morning, if we don't address teenage pregnancy, we are not going to reduce fertility. If we don't reduce fertility as a country, we are not going to get on the mark towards attaining demographic transition. And this will not change our population age structure, and it will deny us the opportunity for harnessing the dividend. And of course, we also need to pay attention. I've given the regional disparities, but at what age do our children engage in sexual intercourse. The median age at sexual debut is as low as 16, 17 years for our girls, but we also know there are those that are getting pregnant at 12, at 14, and this is a challenge. And when they get pregnant, what happens to them? They drop out of school, they will remain at home, they are probably in marriage, and they are fueled infertility. And this is the biggest challenge for harnessing the demographic dividend. Age at first sexual intercourse by 15 years, 9.4% of boys have had sex by 15. 23.3% of our girls by 15 years. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very big problem for our country. And this is actually the biggest problem for this country. And age at first marriage, ladies and gentlemen, by 15 years, 7% of our girls are married. Just have a reflection on this statistic. By 15 years, 7% of our girls are married. By 18 years, 53% of Ugandan girls are married. Are we going to attain the demographic dividend if we allow this to continue happening in our society? Education has been talked about a lot. The disparities in education. How many enter, how many drop out? We need to track that. And I'm not going to waste your time going into that. But we are also looking at the labor market with the diversity in education. They are dropping out. They are not receiving skills. Do we expect to have those that can really join the labor market and be productive enough to contribute to the GDP that we want to attain as a country? So these are the realities. And because we are specifically speaking about the young people as the most important engine for us to harness the demographic dividend, why must we pay that closer attention to these young people? As has been presented, 78% of our population is below 30 years. So they are dependent. So we need to pay attention to them. And as they transit into, adulthood, they are having so many experiments. That is why age at sexual debut is as low as what we have seen. They are also being influenced by their peers, and we need to have programs that address these issues to avoid the challenges we are seeing. And then 4, their attitudes and practices are not yet family set, and we can be able to mold them into the young people that we want, into the leaders of tomorrow, into the productive citizens that we want for this country. But we also know, because they are sexually active and they are not using any protective means, 50% of HIV infections in Uganda are occurring among girls aged 15 to 24 years. And more pregnancy and delivery complications are experienced amongst adolescents. So we need to pay attention to these young people. And of course, importantly, with all these challenges, there is an impact at the individual level, at the family level, at society level, but also most importantly, at the national level. And it denies us an opportunity to attain our economic aspirations, development aspirations. And of course, we have had pregnancy interrupts education. It reduces the economic potential. Mothering also has a negative impact on whether children will stay in school. We are now talking about policies of reintegrating these young girls in school, but we don't have enough support for them in where they will keep their babies as they are in school. Do they leave their babies at home? Do they go with their babies to school and they are given time to breastfeed? So all these challenges are before us, and they are the demographic realities that are keeping us away from attaining the demographic dividend. And so what do we recommend? Number 1, we need to work in a multi-sectoral approach. This morning I love the fact that we were looking at what agriculture can give us in terms of harnessing the demographic dividend. And we have not really had that very good collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture. Number two, even at local government level, as we are planning, we don't factor some of these realities into the sectoral planning, although we are working in a program-based approach to look at what will help us achieve a demographic dividend. Number two, we need to work in partnership, because no single sector, no single, even if it is government, is going to drive the potential for us to harness the demographic dividend. And then we need to continuously share experiences, but this can only happen if we have working groups that do their thing together, but at some time we come together and see what is working well here, what is not working well the other side, and we share those experiences as either local governments, but also at national level. And then we need to continuously, and most importantly, engage with the human capital development program stakeholders to ensure that all these issues are catered for during planning, but they are also budgeted for, and they are effectively implemented for us to enhance productivity. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for giving us the attention to speak to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chatondo and Ms. Florence Tagola, for that presentation. In the interest of time, I'm not going to read the bio of the next presenter. Ms. Stella Chigozi was not able to make it, but has sent a dangerous substitute. And to make some people like Dr. Sekamate happy, this is a man. So we are now gender sensitive. So Ms. Samusana Charles, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, John. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to represent my Director Stella Chigozi, who was supposed to do a presentation on the DDEI. She was supposed to join us this afternoon, but she has failed to make it on time. So I don't really have the presentation, but I will briefly talk about the demographic dividend effort index. And to put this whole paper or presentation in perspective, I will start by briefly talking about the demographic dividend. I know we've listened to this since morning, but we can always remind ourselves. And we're saying that the demographic dividend is accelerated economic growth that can occur as a result of changes in the population age structure, coupled with investments in health, education, the economy. There we're talking about creating jobs and good governance. And then moving on from there, so if we are to harness the demographic dividend, why do we need a multi-sectoral approach? We basically need a multi-sectoral approach because, as I've said, one, you have to lower fertility, but then on top of that, you need strategic investments in the other sectors that I have talked about. So the demographic dividend effort index is a standard measure, or let's call it a tool, that quantifies the extent of multi-sectoral national efforts in terms of policies and programs that are implemented to cultivate, realize, and harness the demographic dividend. Here we're basically talking about a tool that can measure the efforts that we're putting in as a country to ensure that we harness the demographic dividend. And this has been done in a number of countries, including Kenya, Nigeria, Rwanda, Tanzania, Ethiopia, and Senegal, with the support of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. So we got in touch and they supported our country to work on the DDEI. And basically what happened, we collected data by getting information from district public servants, but also MDAs. And among the district public servants, we interviewed DHOs, DEOs, district planners, chief administrative officers, and DCDOs. And then for the ministries, we interviewed staff at Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Gender, Ministry of Local Government, Ministry of Water and Environment, Ministry of Agriculture, National Planning Authority, and the National Curriculum Development Center, but also academic institutions, the civil society, and members of parliament. So, what are the key sectors that are integral to harnessing the demographic dividend? I've already mentioned these sectors, and those are the sectors we went to get information. More specifically, we wanted information on family planning, because if you're to harness the demographic dividend, you need to lower fertility, or we can call it reducing the rate at which the population is growing, and you can actually do that if you embrace family planning. And then we also needed information on maternal and child health. If you have healthy mothers, families are going to spend less on healthy expenses, and they will be in position to save and invest. And then, if you are to convince families to have fewer children, you must first ensure that those few children are going to survive and thrive. That's why maternal and child health is very important. And of course, we needed to get information about education, because if we have harnessed the demographic dividend, we need a productive population. And for the population to be productive, it has to be healthy, educated, and skilled. And then women empowerment. Women empowerment is very important. If we are to remember in the morning, we were talking about child marriage, teenage pregnancy. Those are some of the consequences of gender inequality. We also needed information on the labor market, because after having a healthy, educated, and skilled labor force, for it to be productive, there must be jobs. So as a country, we must be creating jobs for our young population. And then lastly, we wanted information on governance. For all the above that I talked about to work out, you need a very good system of governance. And here we're not talking about democracy, but rather effectiveness of service delivery and accountability. And we used a Likert scale to measure efforts in these sectors. So we were measuring efforts from 1 to 10, with 1 representing non-existence or weak effort, and 10 representing a very strong effort. Now, we have looked at the sectors. So what exactly were we looking for? What do we want these sectors to do to ensure that we harness the demographic dividend? 1, we need the right policy frameworks in place. So we're looking at the policies in those sectors. Are they enough to ensure that we can harness the demographic dividend? And then we also looked at the services that are being offered in those sectors, but also the programs. And then the level of advocacy that is carried out, the research that is being done to inform decision making, and then the involvement of the civil society. And these 5 were selected because of their potential to foster a demographic dividend favorable environment. So briefly, what are the findings? Out of the 6 sectors that I talked about, labor market came lowest out of 10. The efforts are at 5.3, which is not so bad, above average, but we should be creating many more jobs if we want to harness the demographic dividend. We should remember that as a country, our population growth rate is so high at 3.0%. So if we are to harness the demographic dividend, the economy should be growing about 3 times more than the rate at which the population is growing. And then women empowerment, here we scored 5.8, family planning 5.9, education 6.0, and then maternal and child health 6.5, and under governance we scored 6.8. So the best performing sector here is governance, but
we need a lot of effort in the other sectors. You have a booklet in your bags, the actual report, so you can always go back and get details about this. Because I'm giving a summary of findings here. In the book, you will find that you can go under family planning and see what we scored under policy formulation, under service provision, and all that. So I'm moving on to the last bit of this, and these are recommendations. So after coming up with these findings, what recommendations were made? One, it was recommended that we need to advocate for more resources from both, and this is under family planning. We need to advocate for more resources from both state and non-state actors to do mapping of family planning services. If we are to improve these services, we need to know which services are currently being offered, which services are preferred by the client, where are the services being provided, and who are the providers of these services. And then after that, we should talk to our development partners to ensure that we implement family planning services in areas and subpopulations with an equitable access to family planning services. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we have quite a number of insurance providers in this country, but family planning services are not included in their packages. So if we are to improve the uptake of family planning, we need to lobby these insurance service providers to include family planning in their insurance package. And lastly, we should continue advocating for the National Health Insurance Scheme. And then under maternal and child health, I will pick only one in the interest of time. Government should adopt e-health to increase access to maternal and child health services. I'm going to be picking one recommendations in the interest of time because we have them in the report and you have copies of the report. Under women empowerment, we need to have dedicated funding that are put aside to fund activities that are aimed at empowering women. And then I'll move on to education. Education is key if we are to harness the demographic dividend. And here we are looking at interventions like ECD, that has already been talked about. We need to definitely change the way we are teaching our children. It's good government has adopted a new curriculum. And then we need to prioritize vocational and technical education. In this country, people believe that vocational and technical education is for failures, which is really wrong, and we should be doing more advocacy and sensitization. And then, ladies and gentlemen, one of the biggest challenges we are facing is the high school dropout rate. So, if we are to harness the demographic dividend, we need to devise strategies to ensure that we attract children to go in school and retain them for at least 13 years. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Charles, for that informative presentation. I will request that you kindly join my sisters. Our last presentation, ladies and gentlemen, is about planning and budgeting compliance towards harnessing the demographic dividend. And to give us this presentation is Mr. Diksoka Javira. Mr. Diksoka Javira holds a Master's of Arts in Economic Policy and Planning degree from Makerere University, a postgraduate diploma in Project Planning and Management from Islamic University in Uganda, and a Bachelor of Statistics degree from Makerere University. He is currently a Senior Monitoring and Evaluation Officer in charge of compliance at the National Planning Authority. Previously, Mr. Diksoka served as a district planner, as a senior planner, and also a district population officer and a district statistician for Mayuge district. And during his tenure as a population officer, he also worked as the head of procurement and disposal unit and the secretary to the district contracts committee. I request that we put our hands together and invite Mr. Dixon Kajavira to come and make a presentation.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good evening, delegates. Yeah, lately I have been introduced. I'm not going to do it again. I am going to make a presentation on planning and budgeting compliance for enhancing the demographic dividend. You see, in 2005, the Parliament of Uganda, all government adopted the Public Finance Management Act, which requires that as I was saying, you know, when we went into the National Development Planning Framework, MDS sectors were doing their plans and budgets. But when you do the plan, it is expected that you operationalize it using the budget. But in NDP1, what was happening is that people were planning, but when it came to budgeting, they were budgeting things outside the plan. So we ran like that for about 5 years, from 2010 to 2015. So when we had an opportunity of reviewing our public finance management systems through the Public Finance Management Act, Parliament or government realized that there is a need to control. How do you plan and how do you budget? How do you ensure that the budgets speak to the plan? Now they put in that Public Finance Management Act under Section 13 that the annual budget shall be consistent with the National Development Plan, the Charter for Fiscal Responsibility, and the Budget Framework Paper. The Charter for Fiscal Responsibility is an instrument which is issued by an incoming government to confirm that they are going to work within the existing fiscal prospects of the country, as highlighted in the National Development Plan and then the Vision 2040. And the Budget Framework Paper is sort of like an indicative plan for the annual year, for the year which is coming. So those three documents must communicate. What is the government coming in place saying? What are you planning in the annual plan? And then what is in the 5-year development plan? Those documents must speak together. Now, because of that requirement, it was put under Section 13.7 that this certificate of compliance should be issued by the National Planning Authority. And that is where we came in. So on an annual basis now for the last 7 years, we assess the alignment of the annual budgets to the National Development Plan and then the Charter for Fiscal Responsibility. That is why I was even given an opportunity to move from Mayuge District local government, where I was the district planner, to National Planning Authority to do this work. So this is my work. Now, when we are doing this assessment, we assess all agencies of government and we assess all local governments. We have 176 local governments, and then we have 168 MDAs that we assess. So in total, we assess over 350 agencies of government. So as we are doing that, of course, it's a task. You have a number of documents that you are looking at to ensure that you do the assessment. And those of you who are familiar with the government budgeting systems, is that when they give you a document called the annual budget, you may not see anything in it because there are numbers. There is volume 1, volume 2, volume 3, and then there is now the other version, which is the annual plan. So if you are not familiar, you will find problems finding out what are they speaking. So because of that task, now we set out the framework to see how do we undertake this compliance assessment.
Then we first looked at what is this planning that we talk about. In the middle there, you are seeing the National Development Plan, the NDP. But when you move up there, we have the potentials, opportunities, constraints, and challenges which inform our National Development Plan. Then, as we are doing the National Development Plan, we also look at the regional, continental, and global commitments. What are we talking about in terms of the Sustainable Development Goals, in terms of the regional, like Africa Agenda 63, East African Community Integration, among others. But we also look at the Vision 2040. So when we combine all those documents, including the manifesto, then we formulate a national development plan, which is consultative in nature. But that national development plan, of course, is supported by the MDA and local government development plans. And those development plans, it is from those development plans that we draw the budget framework papers and the ministerial policy statements, which work as annual work plans. So for those of you who are not familiar with government systems, is that every agency of government, including the corporation or department, they prepare what they call ministerial policy statements, which contain the work plan. What are they going to do within that particular financial year? And then finally, when you combine all the work plans of local governments and the ministries, departments and agencies, then you have an annual budget. So you can just see how big the budget is. 168 MDAs, 166 local governments, combine their work plans and budgets, then you have the annual budget. So when you want to print, you can print about 200,000 pages. But the beauty is now we are IT, we just work with soft copies of those documents. Now, as we are doing all those documents, you should be mindful of the manifesto. That's why you are seeing that there is that arrow which is coming from the manifesto, the annual work plan. So you can pick anything from the manifesto and put it in the work plan. Or you can pick anything from the NDP and put it into the work plan. Why? Because the manifesto and the NDP, they are both legal documents of government being executed by the executive, which is the implementing agents of government. So that is how the budget is structured. And now, when it came to compliance assessment, of course, we realized that there is need for Parliament to do oversight in terms of appropriation. Also, the executive uses this document to do oversight. We have oversight institutions like Office of the Auditor General. They use these results of the certificate of compliance to keep the agencies and accounting officers accountable. And we also illustrate to the international community how we are aligning to, for instance, the Sustainable Development Goals, the East Africa Agenda 63, the demographic dividend. We put on that list of the demographic dividend. How is this budget aligned to the DD issues that we are talking about here? Now, so the general public, this is a public document. You can use it to know what are the shortfalls that the MDAs are not implementing. So this is a very important document that we use. Now, when I had my colleagues here presenting what we need to do in order to harness the DD, this is now the real business. You put whatever you want to put in the plan. Then for me, I'm going to I'll keep on tracking who is not implementing what. Because now this is the opportunity. So whatever you put should be able to be operationalized through the annual budget. And now me, I'm here to look. You said you are going to do this, why are you not doing it? Then I even mark and I say I give you this percentage point because you are laying to this extent. So, but we have a temptation where we have so many things that we need to do. There are so many things that we can change as human beings. But this budget we assess here is the budget of government. So when you put something in the plan, it should be able to be operationalized through the budget. I want to say, for instance, that we will be buying a supper for the Kusoka Javira because the government will not buy a supper for me. Don't put that we will be buying shoes for Javira because they cannot buy shoes for Ugandans. Don't put things which we are not going to be able to budget as government. Let us put things which are going to help the private sector and the community to provide an enabling environment for them to be able to achieve the DD. That's the business here. Of course, all of us may want nice things. I would like to get a Range Rover. But we are not going to put in the plan that we should buy Range Rovers for children to go to school. We are not going to put in the plan that we shall be feeding our children with the chicken or every day. So those ones we don't put. What is that is going to harness DD and can be operationalized through the plan? That is the business why we are here. So when we are making proposals, such proposals, they are the ones that we should capture here. Now, when it comes to the methodology of compliance, you know, when we were doing NDP 3, we changed from sector to program. Now we have program implementation action plans, and we don't have sector development plans. So what we do when we are doing the compliance assessment, specifically for DD, is that we look at the programs. And programs look at results. What is that you intend to achieve after undertaking your lower level results at the MDA level? For instance, I can say I want to increase deliveries in health facilities. Then what is that is going to be done to increase deliveries in health facilities? Then that is for the ministerial policy statement. But someone should be able to track and help us say, what is the change that we need? We can now say maybe 70% deliveries are taken in health facilities or 8%. We can also have scenarios like we want to increase school attendance. But school attendance is coupled with provision of services like desk classrooms. So how are you improving the pupil desk ratio, pupil classroom ratio? So basically at intermediate outcome level, we are looking at to what extent are you delivering the services. If I am in agriculture, for instance, how many farmers are accessing agricultural extension services globally? The population is very important here. Everything we are talking about the extent to which they are being implemented in respect to the population. So that is the assessment we do at program level. So we look at the different programs. Of course, like you have been illustrated, DD is not in all the programs, but it's in a number of programs. This time, we assessed 11 programs as per the report which we have, human capital among others. But when it comes to, because we are dealing with programs at high level, you know, you cannot say when I don't achieve, for instance, if I want a pupil classroom ratio of maybe 56, you will not say when I get 67, I have not achieved. When I get 69, I have not achieved. So we try to assess to what extent have you deviated from the plan. And now when we carry out that assessment along all the indicators, then we can say maybe you have achieved up to 80% of your results, then we say you are satisfactory. And according to that scale that we have, if the overall mark is between 70 and 100%, then we say it is satisfactory, and between 50 and 69, we say it is unsatisfactory, and below 50, it is, it's moderate satisfactory, and below 50 is unsatisfactory. So that's the ranking that we make. But as we are working with the program results, we use indicators like I have illustrated. And you know, you cannot say I'm going to achieve this indicator 100%, but we allow a deviation of up to 30%. So if you achieve any indicator to the extent of up to 30% deviation from 100, then we score you at least a point depending on that scale. If you get, for instance, if the deviation is 31, we'll give you 0. But if the deviation is between 24 and 30, we give you 1 point. If it is between 18 and 23, we give you 2 points. If it is between 12 and 17, we give 3. Between 6 and 11, we give 4. And below 5, we give 5. So we keep on doing that for each of the indicators that are in the assessment tool. And then we can say we apply some mathematics there, and then we say you are 70%, 8% aligned to the plan. Now, these indicators that we picked here for DD assessment, we picked them from the DD roadmap, which was prepared by the National Population Council. But when we prepared the National Development Plan, now based on the program approach, we tried to map out which are those results are in the DD roadmap, which are also in the National Development Plan that we should keep tracking. Those are the ones that we track. So we are using two documents, the National Development Plan and the DD roadmap. Now, that one is done for program level assessment. But we also have local government level assessment. When we are doing the local government level assessment, we look at two documents. We look at the plan, and then we look at the annual plans. For the plan, we want to ascertain whether the plan is actually aligned to the DD roadmap. So we have a criteria, which I'm going to illustrate shortly, on how we do it. And then we also use the annual plan and budget. We have a list of indicators that we track in each of the local government annual plans and assess what extent they are aligned to the DD roadmap. So for the local government annual plan, we have a binary scale. We give you a yes or no because we are using output level results, and outputs are simple things. What are you going to do? Treat mothers, construct classrooms. So it's a yes or no. So if it is a yes, if you have provided for it, we give you a 1. If you have not provided, we give you 0. So like when we are assessing for the plan, we have a framework which is like, as I stated here. We have the dimensions that we try to look at, and then the key critical issues of DD that we should be tracking in that. For instance, we look at the goal and objectives of the plan to see whether they are linked to the DD in terms of transforming the population age structure to reduce self-dependency. You have had previously so much attention about child dependency. Then promoting health and productive labor force, skilling of the youth, and then promoting a well-educated and skilling labor force in terms of entrepreneurship and innovativeness, and then strengthening investment in high job multiplier industries. So the criteria is very simple. There we say, if met all issues, we score 1. Else, if met 3 or 4 of the issues, we score half a point. And then if none of the issues, then we score 0. And now for instance, that one, you can say they didn't meet one of the issues there, so we scored 0.5. And the comment there is that they did provide for changing in the age structure to reduce self-dependence. So when you are doing the situation analysis, they were not paying attention to how they are going to change the age structure. And the intervention is just towards changing the age structure were not provided for. And surprisingly, you may be surprised if people even not plan for family planning. As simple as that. You look at the plan and you don't see anything contraceptive in nature, you don't even see sensitization on family planning, and it's a bit surprising. But it is correct. So that is the kind of assessment that we do. There are so many other areas that we do dimensions that we follow, but because of the presentation, I couldn't put everything here, but we have a whole manual that we developed to do this compliance assessment. Now, when it comes to the local government annual plan, we have indicators there. And like I told you, we look at the indicator and look at the annual plan to see whether they have been provided for. If it has been provided for, we score 1. If it has not been provided for, we score 0. And when I apply my mathematics there, then I can be able to say this annual plan is to this extent aligned to the plan. And in terms of the final assessment, we give equal weight to the program level result and then the local government level assessment, 50-50. Because now we have 2 levels of assessment. We have the program and then the local government level. But remember, at local government level, we have another 2 levels of the plan and the annual plan. So for the plan, we have a weight of 30%, and for the annual plan, we have a weight of 70%. So when I subject that mathematics there in blue, then I will be able to say the local government is so much aligned to the plan. Then when I combine the local government assessment to the program assessment, then I can get the overall assessment. For those of you who are not familiar with mathematics, don't mind. It is just simple mathematics there, but you don't mind. You don't stress yourself trying to find out, because we compute them and give you the results. So now, when we undertook the previous year's assessment, or this round of assessment that we undertook, we found key emerging issues at program level. For instance, our programs do not report on most of the indicators that's affecting measurement. You know, you have like 20 indicators, but you can find only 15 or 13 of them. The rest of the indicators are not reported on. And then, of course, there's a deviation between the budget and the NDP3 targets, where some for some indicators, you know, the NDP is talking about different indicators, and then the budget is talking about different indicators, and even in some cases, the targets are not the ones in the NDP. You find that there are also indicators, the PBS, that are not provided for in the program implementation action plans. This is an issue of alignment. The Ministry of Finance has not fully aligned the PBS to the National Development Plan, and some of these interventions in the program were not implemented due to inadequate funding. We tried to look at the funding for some of these indicators. There is no money, and then there is need to different sensitization of the communities beyond the districts. We need to go to the parish level. These DD issues are not really high-level things. They are things of community, they are things of households, they are things of 1, 2 people. So they should not be high-level things. They are things of the common person. So every intervention that we aim at here should be aiming at how is it impacting on this common man. I like the new government policy communicated by the Honorable Minister for Information and National Guidance, compulsory basic education. Because that thing has disturbed me a lot. If you are 13 years, what are you doing in the community? If you are 14 years, why are you not in school? What are you doing in the community? So when we make it compulsory, that is the best thing that can happen to this country. So that all of us, at least we should go to school. The grades will come later. But let us, all of us, go to school, then the grades will come, and then I like also this new curriculum. This new curriculum, for those of you who have not interfaced with it, it's better you pick interest. What they are teaching, my friend, is real things which are practical. They are not teaching Napoleon, what you don't know. Even if you are studying history, how is it impacting you on your day-to-day life? That is this new curriculum. So those of you, you should interest yourself in this new curriculum for your own knowledge. Me, I have interest. I'm a statistician, but I know what is happening there. So you also take interest in this new curriculum so that we can enhance the DD. Then for the local government issues, the key DD issues have not been integrated fully in the annual worker plans. This is all twofold. The districts and Ministry of Finance, we should work on the budgeting tool. And then we need to focus on family planning, which is people attending the age structure. Like I told you, you will be shocked that many districts are not even talking about contraceptives. They're just there all over, but they are not focused. And then somebody, of course, we have an issue there on the plan. Some of them are in the draft form, but that one we are solving. And then local government should prioritize intervention for harnessing DD if they are to achieve the Vision 2040. And then we make here some recommendations based on the assessment. Of course, I picked a few here, and we are asking the National Population Council with us to conduct joint capacity building in MDS and local governments on these DD issues. They appear to be simple when you know them, but they are a bit confusing if you have not interfaced with them. So we are asking our colleagues in National Population Council to ensure that we move out fully. Like this conference is the first that I have attended in the last 7 years I have been in National Planning Authority. If we have many of these, then we are going to move faster. And then Ministry of Finance, we are telling them to revise the PBS to capture the DD issues. And then we are talking of reorienting the local government on the DD indicators, because it looks like many of them are not taking shape. we are sort of like not adequately telling them what to do in terms of the DD, so we need more training. The PPS should be anchored on NDP3 and attendant documents. We should not have a budgeting system which is detached from the plan. The plan and the budget should be the same. They should speak the same language. We are talking about construction of classrooms. The budget should talk about construction of classrooms. We are talking about deliveries in health facilities. The budget should talk about deliveries in health facilities. This business of having a plan talking English, then the budget is talking French, it does not work. We should speak the same language, and it should be either British English or American English. It should be the same. Don't say, this is Z because this is British, this is S. No. If it is S, let it be S. If it is Z, let it be Z. As simple as that. And then resources should be allocated to intermediate outcomes. We are finding problems, for instance, tracking how much resources are being allocated to DD. National Population Council, Madam Florence asked us to do it, but we couldn't. You couldn't even pick from the budget how much of the budget goes to DD. But if we allocated the resources to outcomes, then we can know that this outcome, the electorate speaks to the DD, and then therefore we can be able to keep track of those resources and even know what level of investment are we undertaking to harness the demographic dividend. But as of now, you cannot see we are allocating maybe 70% or 50% of the resources on these issues. And then finally, we have so many off-budget supports which is coming in. But tracking of that budget support is a bit of a problem. Now we are asking Minister of Finance to ensure that they keep that budget support. They give it sort of like it can be like a budget line, so that we have the different budget items to keep track of the off-budget support, to remove duplication. Because there are so many people who are giving us money, but we are not even recognizing them enough. We just put the Kaleni donor money, donor funding, 2 billion. But how it is going to be used, then it is confused within the work plans of the ministry. So there is duplication. So we are saying that it should be clear, it should have its own budget line, and then the budget items should come to support that, to support the local government. Members, thank you very much for listening. That's what I managed to put together for this conference.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dixon Javira. And thank you so much, members. I want to invite you to take your seat and invite members, if you have some questions, some comments. I would want to know how many, because our time is fast spent. By show of hands, how many would want to comment on the presentations that have been made? I want to give you numbers, and that would mean that those who have not put up their hands would not comment. So your number 1, number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That is a good number. Thank you so much. In that order, our friends help pass the microphone so that these people can ask their questions.
Thank you so much, Chair, of the session. My name is Ayori Owen. I'm the District Vice Chairperson of Pretoria District. My comment is going to be to the last presenter, the one who has just finished the presentation. And first of all, he talked about harmonizing the budgets with all the documents that are supposed to go in line with planning. But then, let me just go directly to if we are to address the issues of demographic dividend, where our district, actually under the Ministry of Health, whenever they send the budgeting indicating figures to the local governments, you don't see where you can be able to to integrate these family planning commodities. For example, we have been advocating for integrating family planning within our plans. And when you look at the National Drug Authority, if you place that an order, these family planning commodities, they are not the ones that are providing this. So even if you plan, unless maybe you plan for sensitization or energy mobilization activity, but real activity, if these donors go away, I don't know where we shall have these ones. So there's a need for the ministry to ensure that we have these incorporated within our budgets. The other one is, you also talked about that what is happening in the plan should also be the same in the work plan. But when you look at these inductive figures when they are descending into our local governments, you find some languages like non-residential structures, but then in our work plans, you find there is a school or there is a health facility that is going to be constructed. But what comes from the center is talking another language, and you have to customize it. So you have two different languages within a plan. Then the other issue is UBOS. Up to now, we are still having an issue of data. I will give you an example that when you go to the ministry, when you are these systems of Ministry of Education, you will find some entities within local government are not captured, are not even there. The data is not updated at all. When it comes to the Ministry of Water and Environment, you will find some entities are talking about 80% water coverage, when in reality, it's not there. So the UBOS has not done much to update data that will help the decision makers take the rightful decisions. So I would also implore that UBOS, I don't know whether they were part of this, to ensure that the data that we are following is updated, and then we go forward. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Members, I request that you possibly give one question. You might find actually some of the questions are going to be asked by others, but also in the interest of time, maybe we stick to 1 minute per person. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Onzubo Paul, DHO Maracha. I want to thank the presenters, and I cannot disagree with them in any of the aspects they have presented. Taking from Professor Wabwire's highlights, right policies and interventions will lead to achievement of demographic dividend. Ladies and gentlemen, we have allocative efficiency and technical efficiency. Political decision making has taken over, and those of us who are in those top positions of technical service delivery, we are seemingly getting lost, and it is influencing resource distribution in buying what we intend to buy. Moderator, I saw people clap hands when I heard that doctors are going to health centers. At individual level, if you have a son or daughter who finished school and is jobless, it is very nice to clap. But yes, that is now, Chairman, that is the issue. At the national or strategic level, could we have controlled training to see that our education institutions speak to the job environment? Secondly, there are the issues of what proportion of resources are going to local governments for implementation of all these things that we are talking about. Right now we are talking about, is it 2080? Can we actually move to 40-60? If we do those, we should be able to attain something. But to the last presenter, to say that National Population Council should develop guidelines for demographic dividend to appear in the budgets and work plans. In my opinion, it looks redundant. Because every day as a THO, I go to office or to the community to address issues in line with the life cycle approach and see how many deaths we can avert, how many premature births, how many stillbirths, how many maternal mortalities we should stop. And these are contributors to demographic dividend. So what is that unique thing that you want us to talk about? My last is just a regret that we are speaking to ourselves. We expected that the policy makers, the lawmakers, the MPs and the ministers responsible, plus the line ministries, if we are talking about a national demographic dividend conference sincerely, the least I would expect is maybe a commissioner in each of these very important ministries. So the attendance here, on several occasions we see dignitaries of that nature opening and coming to close without hearing the issues that people like us would wish to present and they should listen to. That's where we fail. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Doctor. Those are very valid observations, and the presenters have taken note. Kindly let us try to redeem time because we actually lost some time in the morning and we would want to see how to redeem it. Thank you.
Dr. Magoro, John Faith is my name. The Member of Parliament for Bungoko North in Mbale District. And I'm also the Deputy Chair on the Forum for Population at Parliament of Uganda. I appreciate every detail of the presentation, especially in regard to early childhood care and education. Every presentation is fully loaded with meaning and things that are very relevant down to earth. But when we look at all this, especially the demographic allocations about the high population, about fertility rates, where in the areas where they are concentrated, we see that all of these talk at the end of the day, we are talking about all this, but they end up in a vicious circle. I appreciate that this conference or this seminar is right here in Kampala, but when are we going to decentralize this so that they are down there to the people and involve the real people who are affected by the issue that we are talking about? We need to have a strategy that is going to address the real people who are facing these specific situations so that it is not city conferences but so that they are going down. So we just need that agenda so that we see how best we can be part of that. I agree with the presentation that it's multi-sectoral. Yes, how do we now move down to the leakages to promote that macro-sectoral way and to avoid the duplication. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable.
Thank you very much. I observe all the protocols. I'm called Doris Abalo. I represent the youth in the District Council of Lamoa District. I appreciate all the presentations from our beloved presenters. I have one concern that I want to share. That specifically is about staff gaps in the various districts that we serve. For example, if I give my practical example in Lamoa, sometimes you find one midwife in a facility is doing 4 different services at the same time. She's the one immunizing, she's the one doing antenatal, she's the one giving counseling and sexual education to mothers. And when you see this, it's also cross-cut to other sectors. When you also look at education, you find one teacher is attending to the whole class for the whole day. When you also go to the aspect of extension workers, you get one extension workers is serving more than 3 sub-counties. Are we talking of creating or curbing these gaps of demographic dividends? With this, therefore, with the practical challenge that I've experienced from my district, I would therefore recommend in this meeting that we should also call for the attention of the Ministry of Public Service to at least waiver other wage bill for districts. Because sometimes the district would wish to recruit a specific officer, but it is regulated by the Ministry of Public Service that we don't have wage for this specific recruitment. So for us to create services and to end so many challenges that we have been talking about, it means wage bill has to be created and such offices has to be occupied so that the people get the services that they want. That is my few remarks. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. We take note.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Mine is about programming, and Mr. Javira, you are here. Midterm review has been conducted for the National Development Plan. I think the Honorable MP has even said this thing is not new. So these results, I think, need to be cascaded and to see the level of implementation, because 3 years are gone. We are starting the 4th year, 1st July. 2, these programs, I think, do we need all 20 of them? Is another thing. The midterm review, I think, report will review. For us as local government, when we are doing our review, it is clearly indicating that we don't even need all these 20 programs. I think even at national level it may be so. So we need to evaluate. Then related to that is, we are still doing sector funding. As I talk now, the indicative planning figures have been given. Under human capital, you find education has their sector grants. You find health has their sector grant. Community services were not given money. And yet these are all supposed to contribute to human capital, including water. So how are we addressing this thing? I think we cannot talk of programming when we are still emphasizing sector actually in the actual sense. Then related to that is the assessment. How objective is this assessment? When you are trying to give a scale without clear indicators, I think your assessment will be subjective, because the reports will indicate that all the fundings that actually required because of budget cuts, they are not there. So in that line it becomes subjective. Then actually if we talk about DD, this DD is being done. If you look at all what people are doing, they are all working towards attainment of demographic dividend. The only limitation or dilemma they have is how effective and efficiently are the national resources being channeled to achieve the demographic dividend. I think for me my emphasis should be evaluation of, as I think Dr. Ojubo said, how we effectively and efficiently and optimally use these resources to ensure that we achieve the demographic dividend that is desired. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. District Planner. Yes, kindly help changing his microphone. He seems to be having challenges with the one he has.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Okelo Freda Ikowama, District Youth Council, Madokoro District. I have 2 issues. One is about when one of the panelists was presenting issues concerning life cycle. As a youth, I was a bit worried concerning about the employment age, which is from 24 to 65 years. we are discussing issues on the issues of unemployment. And in my view, if maybe the policymakers at the national level could bring the issue, or maybe if you are contracted to work in local government, maybe a limit should be, the age should be reduced. Because as of now, you find that there are so many youths who are educated, who have skill, but they are not employed. They don't have capital to start at their own. Therefore, when you give them the age from 24 up to 65, to me it's very unfair. At this age, I think if somebody works in a setting for more than 20 years, this person will have accumulated something as a capital. Then secondly, about the issue of youth-friendly services, we are talking about the DD. But when you go to the health facilities, there are no youth-friendly services or youth corners which could attract the youths. Therefore, it increases the uptake of let me say, the concentratives, which could address the issue of the demographic dividend. Therefore, the current setting is really trying to scare the youths away. Because in some years, there used to be youth-friendly services, which attract the youths. In turn, they really uptake. Lastly, on the issue of programming, I happen to be one of the who chair the committee. But sometimes you find that the issue of, as we are migrating from the other type of budgeting, the sector to program budgeting, you'll find that there is a mismatch as of now. Therefore, I would like to really recommend that if the ministry could take its initiative to really induct or orient the district leadership, will be okay. Because you come to realize that there are certain programs in a certain sector, but in turn, when you try to, in relation to implementation and monitoring and supervision, it becomes a bit hard. Therefore, even the technical staff are they are not sure of the program. Even when you follow even the parliament themselves, it's really in dilemma. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. We are remaining with only 3.
Thank you, moderator. I don't know whether it looked, but I saw it pertinent that I make a few comments because they were tickled by the DHO who said that we are speaking to ourselves. I realized there may be a problem. And when my colleague Dr. Magolo talked, he is from Parliament. I thought I should also speak some few words as a member of Parliament, show you that the Parliament of Uganda is fully represented here. My name is Donald Katalivo. I'm a member of Parliament from Chendojo, and I'm a historical civil society activist. And I was happy when I heard Pavulang Pulunji here. She used to be our technical advisor, I think, under Civil Society Fund, when she was benefiting from Civil Society Fund. Mr. Moderator, one of the things I want to comment about is the level of these national consultations that we are doing now in line with our national planning processes. Are you doing these national consultations when we are at the tail end of our planning and budgeting processes? I'll give an example. Tomorrow, I sit on the budget committee. For us, we are retreating as a budget committee to do the final compilation of the national budget. But today I was interacting with some people from local governments. They are telling me that they have now their budget approval processes starting next week and the other week and the other week. And for you, you are doing this national a very big conference, by the way, which would make a good input into our planning process when we are finalizing our budget. So what type of harmonization are we really doing? Would it have been wise if such a conference had started maybe in November or September when the budgeting process and other planning processes are starting, so that we get a very good input into our national plans? That's my point number one. My point number two is the level of inclusiveness in this big conference. I don't know the people invited, and to some extent I concur with my friend here, the doctor. We really expected some people beyond Parliament, maybe somebody from the executive, the state minister for health or whatever. How did we really invite participants for this meeting? Of course, I have to defend some of the members of Parliament. This is the most tricky period at Parliament there. I also jumped in here in the afternoon because we had a lot of processes there. But really, can these people delegate? If you invited a minister, can he or she delegate a state minister? If you invited a permanent secretary, can he or she delegate a commission? So that we really don't need to talk to ourselves, but talk to these serious technical people. Then another question, another concern is the harmonization. This one goes to my friend from the National Planning Authority. I'm happy whenever we have budget processes, we interact with National Planning Authority. And recently, when we were working through the budget framework papers and ministerial policy statements, we had interaction with the National Planning Authority. But my question is, what harmonization is there between the National Planning Authority, represented here, and the district planners and the like? So that we really don't have to come with plans done at the center and we call them localized plans. When I was in civil society, we used to have bottom-up planning meetings. I'm afraid if they are still there, the district here can confirm. If they are there, they are just there for rubber stamping and formality. And I told my colleague who told me that next week they are going to do their budget, whatever. I told them we are just going to account for the minor which is on the district accounts and do rubber stamping because we've already finalized your budget. We got the ministerial policy statements already for Ministry of Local Government and we're going to finalize the budget. So I want to see that human harmonization coming out from the person of the National Planning Authority. Then two more, then we finish. One, the second last, about how the stakeholders here are utilizing the avenues that we have at the center here, especially the agencies, ministries and departments, to bring in your input. I'll give an example. There's a time I had an interaction, I think something last year, with the National Population Council. And I remember this Master ceremony very well. But I think that was the first interaction in the last 2 years, and I don't think they had another interaction with the budget committees and other committees of Parliament to input some of these important things. So my question is, and my challenge to all of you, how do we leverage on the opportunities of the ministries that we have, agencies that we have, so as to make our input early enough before we wait to lament like what my doctor was doing here. And finally, this is for your own discussion. Yesterday, we again, as Parliament, passed the anti-homosexuality bill. And I'm very sure the President made his input. Chances are very high he's going to say it and to come very soon. Just for our own discussion, what is the likely impact of the assenting of that bill into law to all these billboards that we are seeing, to the issues of population, to the issues of family planning, and of course for the planner here, what is your other alternative plan just in case for this off-budget support? I thank you, all of you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. You are a real representative of the people. I must assure you that you have actually spoken in my mind also. So there were two other hands up there. So if you could, yes, if you could make your comments briefly, then we listen to the responses from the presenter.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. My name is Rebecca Mkwaya, and I work with the Advocates Coalition for Development and Environment. My issues are basically addressed to Dr. Pamela on special needs education. I would like to know her views on engaging the communities, especially parents with children of disabilities, because this will enable us to have these children not left behind. And we also realize that we have at most one school in each sub-county. I don't think it may, in a few sub-counties that provide special needs education. What would you talk about the recruitment of special needs teachers, as well as providing the special needs equipment that are needed in these schools? Then when we talk about special needs education and retention of children, as we have been talking in the morning, I find that it's important for us to have the school management committees functional in the local government. And my last issue is addressed to Mr. Dick Soka of NPA. We realize that much as it is said that the district plans, the development plans are inclusive, we notice that often the views of the community have not been catered for in these plans. What is the way forward? How can we have the community needs addressed in this 5-year development plan? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm by name of Pastor Mikisa Precious from Kibale, a religious coordinator. I will start by casting my doubts and fears over the authenticity of this engagement, more especially when we lack the technical personnel who have authority to pass what we are talking about. Someone said the size of the population does not matter, but the quality of the population. How do we achieve a qualitative population when some religious leaders have a bias on the use of modern methods of family planning as reported by the FHI? Observing the current teenage pregnancy rate at 25%, I think some of the religious stands on family planning have to be changed or improved, since they stand on majorly injustice of the Bible verses. Like here they say, some quote that when they are on contraceptives, they go against God's command to produce and fill the world, which is not real. So we have to address that. Biblically, it is not an imperative to every couple to produce, though the Bible emphasizes much value on children and caring for them. In fact, it says if someone produces children that he or she cannot take care of, has left the faith and is worse than an unbeliever. So, I quote some Christian writer, Ellen G. White, in her message, in her book Messages to Younger People, page 462. She says, if a couple is not capable of looking after its children, it should stop. In fact, she says, it has no moral value to bring any child on earth, so that maybe this child can become a burden to the society. Looking at our theme, building a competitive human capital for wealth creation in the world of 8 billion. How have we energized the use of cooperatives? Because I remember long time ago we had cooperatives and they were working very well, more especially on the issue of market and the addition of value to our agricultural products. To me, I think it is even enhance more job opportunities to our population. There is some question. Does the mindset of federal system also come as a solution to our problem of unemployment in an area and poor development? I will need some kind of response on that. Otherwise, thank you for this time, and I wish you all the best.
Yeah, thank you so much. I want to allay your fears, ladies and gentlemen, that among the participants here, we have decision makers. We have some commissioners. You have heard about members of parliament. We have key technical people from these ministries, departments, and agencies. Kindly use 1 minute. We are running short of time, so we can have responses.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. My name is Olima Moses. I'm the Minister of Health, as well as the Minister of Finances in Owaka Swagawa Kochi, a cultural station, Murakai District. I'm a family planning champion and a pathfinder. I think if we look at the theme of today's conference, building a competitive human capital for wealth creation in a world of 8 billion. For me, I compare 3 things, that is population, family planning, and economy. If you have a growing population, that means you have market. And with family planning, you all know that is birth control and well planning of our families. So, as well as we are crying of poverty from all corners of Uganda, even the government itself, these days it is, we don't have money to put things in place. But we all know that our major gazetted income of our country, on paper it is agriculture, for well-being, survival, and earning something for Ugandans. And when you look into agriculture and look for the efforts put in by the government, you really wonder how Uganda is so good on paper about policy, but without implementation. When we talk of agriculture, we have land, demand, and well strategized education system, which produce professionals and technical people. There you wonder why our country is taking another line. So I think we need to go back at our roots and sensitize people that at least every family or a home must be having at least a productive project based from home. And this project should be of the whole family members. If all family members contribute within that project, that works as a training for the growing population or youth to get to know how to survive and earn something from home. And here I think we need to empower our people with the knowledge and guidance, as well as to off taxes on agricultural products. And I think government, as cultural leaders, we had our cultural norms and behaviors before, which were
being supervised by government leaders like parish chiefs and the Batongol of that time, so that they can be implemented. Like that you find in a family, the head of the family or the father must be having an activity or a project at home which is meant for earning at least something in terms of income. And it was a force with supervision so that it should be put in place. And those things are no longer in existence, where we need to revise. Teenage pregnancies, the number is increasing every day, but when you look around here in the central region, the parental responsibilities within the families is completely lost. We have this working experience of mothers and fathers, where you find we leave children every day early in the morning and come back late in the evening without protection, guidance, and all such kind of things. So that is a very, very big challenge. And when you go to parties, in trading centers, children are everywhere in the evening, at night, enjoying life as adults.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah,
Thank you very
that
much.
was good submission.
Thank you.
Lastly, we hear from Commissioner Mondo as the presenters get ready to respond.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I'm happy that we have religious and cultural leaders, and I think this helps us in our sectoral approach to handling the issues we are talking about. And one of the religious leaders just behind this table mentioned about some religious denominations that don't believe in family planning. Yes, it is a problem. You know, right now we are working on sexuality and education guidelines for the out of school. And in our interaction, one of the religious denominations will say, no, we don't believe in family planning. And don't put that thing on us. We don't like it. The man was about to get out of the meeting. We said, no, let's listen to each other. He said that sperms are created to reach a certain destination, and they must be allowed to reach there. If you do anything to the contrary, that is demonic, is unchristian. So we still have those. But also, the biggest challenge we have had is that sentence within the Bible. Many people don't tell you the verse that they talk about that God said, go multiply and fill the world. If the religious leaders, you could help us put this into context so that people understand, because they are using this to go and cause havoc when they cannot look after the children they are producing. And I've been telling them, to your annoyance, that even God himself produced only one child. Why are you producing 10? Why are you producing 20? And even the son that he produced didn't produce any child. But you know, you go around saying we are all God's own children. But the biological child of God is Jesus Christ. If you could give the proper setting and the proper basis of this statement, it will go a long way in helping us. My second chair, and I'm going to be very quick, was about parenting. We set out to propose that parenting is very important, is very critical. But we mention it casually. And it's like we imagine that the parents are there. I'm one of those that believe that right now, the shortest commodity in this country are the parents. We have so many mothers, we have so many fathers, but they have never graduated to become parents. They are actually not parenting. They are not there. And we have a nomenclature that we have coined, especially for the men, and Dr. Sakawan knows it very well. There are men who are simply sperm donors. They donate and off they go. But there are also so-called parents who are internally displaced people. They are internally displaced parents. They are not in the home. But there are also those whom we have given the nomenclature TB. They are suffering from TB. They are too busy for their own family. And if things go wrong, they blame it on the child. So are we having any parents left in this country? Government is not going to come and parent on your behalf. Parenting is a non-delegable responsibility. It must be you who produce the child, but now we are getting children of house girls because they spend most of the time with the house girls. My third one is going to Dikusoka, Javila. Javila talked about that we need to provide information and plan so well and ensure that whatever we plan for is in the National Development Plan and blah, 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 blah. We have done that. We have put ECD, as you know very well, in the National Development Plan 3. And we have hired men of impeccable knowledge, like Dr. John Sekamati Sewulima, to work on the cost of inaction in investing in early childhood development. We went ahead to integrate ECD within the National Integrated Early Childhood Development Policy. So policy-wise, legal-wise, and also looking at consultants, we have done that. But we are still not putting money in ECD. ECD still remains in the comfort zone of the private sector. And yet, people have talked about ECD as being very critical, including Dr. Nakabugo, who gave me more ammunition today. She said having at least 2 years of preschool experience is consistently associated with a higher rate of competence in reading and numeracy. She also said the inequality of outcomes that is attributable to wealth is mitigated by preschool experience. We have presented all this. And now this lady here comes and my wife is Namuni, so you become my wife as the Nakabugo. So just be comfortable. So, having provided all this information, Dr. Dikusoka, what do you want us to do differently? What language do we speak? The members of parliament are here in big numbers. You all appreciate that investing in early childhood development is the way to go. We did propose in the National Integrated Early Childhood Development Policy that every primary school should have an ECD center as the beginning. We even carried out research that we are pretending that we are not funding early childhood development, but many schools, what they have done, they are taking children who are underage into primary school. And that's how you find that there is primary 1A, primary 1B, then C, and so we are disguisedly funding. Why can't we come up uprightly within the budget and ensure that this is done? The final one is about, I'm happy my senior people in local government are here. I must say I'm one of those who is highly disappointed by the local governments. You ask the question, what is a 13-year-old doing in the community when it is time for school? And also say, what is a 10-year-old, 13-year-old doing in the maternity ward if this child is not being born? Who impregnated this child? What has local governments done to ensure that girls and boys of school-going age are at school, are not in the gardens, not looking after cattle, and not in the maternity wards? What have the local governments done to bring people to book? I was happy there used to be a man called, he was from Murengo. I think that man was doing what chiefs of those days were doing. Mutabazi. But the LC5 chairperson, LC3, LC2, I know I'm stepping on slippery grounds. We are looking at things happening under our noses and we keep quiet because we are looking for the vote for the next year. We are going to make this society rot and go to the dogs. I'll give you other 2 examples why I'm disappointed with local governance, which is not consistent with the local government that I knew. We have had a man in Kasangati. He has been LC1 chairperson for 20 years. He has 12 wives and 28 children. We have a man in Italia called Musa, who has been an LC for 20 years. He has 102 children out of I don't know how many wives. And these are the people who are encouraging the others. If the chairman LC1 can do that, what about me? Regardless of whether they have the resources to look after those children or not, it becomes a problem. Take home. I've discussed with Bishop Lugorobi, and he said perhaps we need to move away from talking about family planning to saying planning for the family or planning with the family. That many local government authorities, they don't want to hear the word family planning. Then can we call it planning for the family? Will it make some sense? I'm looking at doing things differently. What is that we can do differently to impact on our communities to make a change? Because truth be told, even the money we are giving out to people to become rich, they will not become rich if you have about 20 mouths to feed. And that goes to what they have been talking about, the nature of the population, the quality of the population. It's money not for eating, it's money for investment. But if you have 20 mouths to feed, how do you? And the nursery school is going for 2 million. How do you manage it? Chair John, I want to thank you. I had more, but because of the time, allow me end there. But also, I wanted the Kusoka to explain to us whether we fully understand the things you put on us. You talk about we need to budget, then you put a ceiling. And you are telling us we should put everything within the budget as long as we have data. We have it there, but then you are saying budget within this ceiling. And then you say, you want us to say there is unfunded priorities. Those terms I think become a problem to us, and unless we fix them, we shall continue having a problem. I thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. In the interest of time, ladies and gentlemen, I request that our presenters respond. If you agree later, I will allow those two hands to make comments. Presenters.
Thank you very much. I'm grateful for the question that has been posed before us about how to engage communities, specifically parents of children with disabilities. I would say that first of all, we first identify these children. I did mention that there is a problem with data. So when we identify children with disabilities, different disabilities, their categories, their age, then we know where they are. We shall be able to engage parents. Engaging parents, after identifying them, we mobilize the parents and encourage them to come together and maybe form a parent support groups where parents can meet and share experiences on how to support children with disabilities. And then we can also support parents of children with disabilities to engage in income generating activities to help them be able to meet the needs of the children with disabilities, specifically the need to send them to school. And then the next question was about having one school for special children. I want to say that the government is now promoting inclusive education, and we expect children with disabilities to enroll in any nearby primary school, ECD center, or secondary school. This one, the challenge would be that we have limited specialized teachers who can teach them. We have inaccessible environment, but if all those are planned for and put in place, children with disabilities can access in any school within the community. And then about recruitment of teachers for special needs, this is a policy issue. As Mr. Chateka was saying, I also want to put it to Mr. Dikusoka, because on recruitment, they provide a wage bill to the local government, and when you say recruit more teachers for special needs, they tell you the ceiling is closed. So that is the biggest challenge that we have been experiencing. And then about school management committee for retention of children with disabilities, we need to engage them, train, build the capacity of school management committees to to understand the needs of children with disabilities so that when they are allocating funds, the little funds that they get, they can put into consideration specialized facilities for children with disabilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, for the comments. I'll start off with Mayula, Commissioner Molo. Thank you so much for pushing the agenda on ECD, but also, I think, providing that conducive policy space. I think policy-wise we've made progress, and as you rightly put it, it's now inaction that is causing the challenge. And I also add my voice to everyone to call upon the policymakers. We have parliamentarians, and I'm glad the organizers invited them. Let us push it also at that level. The honorable from Bongoko, Honorable Omagol, sorry if I'm getting your name wrong. You have the ECD at heart, and you're listening to the evidence. So let us also push it at that parliamentary level to allocate budgets for these issues. So, yeah, that's all I can say for now. Thanks.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for the wonderful questions. And it is very sad and unfortunate that we couldn't listen to everyone. But I think for us, the purpose of this conference is being met because, one, when we set out to hold a conference, we had our objectives. And one of these was for us to have dialogue. And in this dialogue, we want to understand what are the issues at national level, but also at local government level. And we're bringing out these issues very clearly. And I think in the morning, the director or manager, who gave us the keynote address, also advised us that after we have held this meeting, we need to move forward and engage more with the National Planning Authority to ensure that some of these things that we are discussing here, these issues find their way into NDP4. So, despite the fact that we seem to be dissatisfied that we don't have everyone in the room, which is also impossible given the fact that we are working on a budget. Our resources are constrained. They are not very flexible to bring everyone that we would have loved to bring in the room. But for me, I'm contented and I'm very pleased with some of the questions, but also the comments that are being raised of how we can do, things differently, but also how do we work together. This multi-sectoral approach for harnessing the DD is what we are looking for. There was a question on which I think Commissioner Mundo has responded to about our religious and cultural leaders. We still have challenges, it is true. But I think we have also made very good milestones on how we are working with religious and cultural leaders. We are not yet there yet. But I think we are moving slowly but surely. There was a time when we could not have religious leaders sitting and even listening to issues, especially on family planning. But I think we have engaged, and we shall continue doing advocacy, engaging as much as possible, ensuring we have these dialogues continuously until we get everyone to realize that if we don't take action, this is a time bomb. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot respond to all the questions that came to us, but I think we are continuing, and even tomorrow we are here. Let's raise these issues. We have more evidence from the people that are going to be speaking in the different sessions about what we can do together. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. I am going to start with the last question from Commissioner about the budget ceiling and then the unfunded priorities. When you are planning, it is very important to know that you have a time frame. But also, for you to have realistic plans, you must have plans that are aimed at achieving measurable targets. So when we are doing, for instance, the 5-year plan, we have annualized targets. Yes, you have a plan of 5 years, but you also have targets of each of the years of those 5 years. So, and when we are doing the planning, the Public Finance Management Act requires that we work within the medium-term expenditure framework. Now, in that medium-term expenditure framework, they are giving you an indication that over the next 5 years, government is going to have up to so much resources to expend. So it is up to us, now the planners in the MPs and local governments, to work within the medium-term expenditure framework. Of course, we know that we need so many things, but we have to set our priorities right at the level of doing the annual plans. At the level of doing the annual plans, of course, in view of the 5-year plans that we draw after every 5 years. So we are actually discouraging Ministry of Finance from using the word unfunded priority. A priority cannot be unfunded. A priority should take the first call of the resources on the budget. Because what we realize is that people are making the priorities now, the things which were not priorities were the ones which they were allocating money to and not allocating money to priorities, so that they have a gap to ask for supplementary. That this is very important. When initially, it's the one which should have been allocated the resources. So we are asking the Minister of Finance to discourage the use of the word unfunded priorities. So in that way, we expect the plans to be within the resources that we expect to have. If I am a National Planning Authority, it is pointless for me to draw a plan of 200 billion. Yet I know that my annually I'm getting 38 billion. So I plan within the resources that I have. Even at the family level, if your salary is 800,000 and you have plans of 10 million, they will never be achieved. So let us work within the resources that we have. Then there was an issue of the districts not being able to integrate family planning into their budgets and annual plans because the commodities are supplied by NMS. Now, by NMS. Now, of course, the commodities are supplied by NMS. But when you dispense those commodities, we expect you to keep track of how you are dispensing them and reporting on them. For instance, if we are distributing contraceptives, you know that in this financial year, NMS is going to give us up to maybe 2 million something of contraceptives. So we expect you to be reporting that you will be dispensing those commodities to the communities. So it's not you who is buying, but you have to show us how you are using those commodities to support the family planning that we are talking about here. And then the IPFs not communicating with the structure of the budget. This is what I told you. We need the Minister of Finance to reconfigure the budget so that they speak to the plan. If you are talking about classrooms, let them be classrooms. Don't talk about classrooms in the form of structures and so on. But NPA is working with finance to solve that problem. On the guidelines of DD issues, actually when he was explaining that there is no need for guidelines, he really brought out the fact that there is need for guidelines. Because we understand that these things differently. Very lucky you are a medical person, you appreciate them so well. But some of our colleagues we work with in the local governments, in the communities, don't appreciate these things the way you appreciate them. For instance, in health services, we are trying as much as possible to align. But when it comes to agriculture, you have seen how close agriculture is to food security and then harnessing the demographic dividend. How close education is, how close infrastructure is. So we need to see how we integrate all those issues in the plans. Actually, that is why we need these guidelines very clear. And then on the programs not being appreciated by the people, we have tried as much as possible to explain how this program approach works.
Actually, in line with the question on how do we link to the local government plans, every financial year, Minister of Finance undertakes regional consultations on the pre-budget preparation process. And we have communicated severally on how we link the plans to the local government annual plan to the central government plans. And we have explained, unfortunately, it looks like there is a problem cascading down that information to the key stakeholders. Because, like Doctor has said, you cannot invite everybody everywhere. So we expect that the people who receive this information, they cascade it down to the people who have not had an opportunity to come here. On the sector funding vis-a-vis the IPFs, you see, we have had a problem with the structures, especially at local government level. We have not removed the departments of health, we have not removed the departments of production, education, and so on. Even the ministry, we still have the ministry, we still have sectors. The people, we still have MDAs as they are lumped in sectors. But this is work in progress. We are transitioning. We're ensuring that we now release money by program. Last year, this budget which we are communicating, which we are approving in Parliament very soon, the IPS were allocated to MDAs. Of course, we identified a few challenges which were raised by the MDAs, but the issue is we are going to plan according to our programs. Because the results are attained at program level. Even in the local government, Ministry of Public Service, through the Public Sector Transformation Program, is planning to restructure how government systems work at the central government and then at the local level. So very soon when you see some offices being abolished, some offices being merged, don't be very scared, because that is what is coming. So that we work within program approach, not this sector and department level approach, the way it has been. And then the issue of consultation, of local communities, we realized that there was a gap because the way we did the NDP 3. And in the midterm review, they recommended that we should have consultations up to the community level. So the approach we have adopted in the NDP 4 is that we shall consult each and every community at the parish level. Of course, at the sub-county level, they will go up to villages. But for us, the planning unit is going to be at the parish level. We shall pick the parish priorities and then cascade down up to where they find their way into the national development plan. That is what was recommended in the NDP 3, and we have adopted it as the national planning authority. So the voices of the communities are going to be seen in the national development plan. And then on the assessment, not being objective, actually the assessment, in my view, looks at each of the indicators one by one. The issue of allocation of resources to those priorities, that is what we need to find out. We need to find out of the priorities we say are our priorities. How are we allocating these resources to those priorities? The whole essence of this certificate of compliance assessment. Then we show at what extent we are allocating these resources. On the youth, on the creation of jobs for the youth in respect to public service, I am not very sure about the starting age, but I know that if you are above 45 years, you cannot be recruited into public service, civil service. Because if you have not served for more than 15 years, you don't get a pension. Now, if you are recruited at 50 years, it means by the time you reach 60, you have served for 10 years and you don't qualify for pension. Yes, all public servants should get pension. So those who are about 55 years, 45 years, they are not recruited. So if you are 46 years and you are still applying for jobs, I'm sorry, please stop. You will never be given that job. The jobs are for people below 45 years. Then the mismatch, and then the implementation. Of course, someone told me that there was a mismatch in terms of the implementation, where people are not appreciating the programs at the local government level, or they are confusing. I think this is work in progress. We shall continue communicating
how well we should implement our plans, which are program-based. Of course, we had resistance from people about this program approach. New things are really hard to appreciate most of the time. But when you pay attention and you try to listen to the voices, you see that you end up appreciating that this is the way to go. Members, those are the key issues I think. I have been noting all the issues that have been raised here, and I have been able to capture those for my comments. I thank you very much for listening.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Javira. You had a mouthful and you have able to respond to all of them. The last one, Mr. Charles Musana.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the questions, comments, concerns, and contributions. Most of the questions were for Mr. Javira from NPA, and he has labored to answer them. I do appreciate it. So mine will be a call to action. As my brother, Dr. Paul said, we normally come, talk, and go, and when we go back to our institutions or local government, we continue with business as usual. As the minister said in the morning, this time round, let's move away from rhetoric to action. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Musana. I want to thank all the presenters for ably presenting and responding to the responses, to the questions, but also to thank you so much for keeping the discussion engaging. We have overshot our time. I want to apologize, but it was because of the importance accorded to the session and the presentations that were made. But again, I want to apologize if I didn't give you an opportunity to ask questions. This is day one of the conference. We still have an opportunity tomorrow through the sessions. You can kindly extend your question to whoever you intended it for, and they will be able to respond. But also, I want to say that these presentations are going to be shared. Just in case you want to have them, you can approach the Secretariat and you can have the presentations. Otherwise, thank you so much for choosing this session. Thank you for persisting and being active up to this time. I want to wish you a wonderful evening and see you tomorrow. We were supposed to have evening tea. I think it's still being served. Kindly take yourself a cup of tea. Thank you so much. I have been asked to make an announcement. Tomorrow, there is a youth session that is going to be in the Kagera Hall, and then we shall be here for one of the sessions, but also Kagera for another session. So in the morning when you come, you ask if you do not know where they are, members of the Secretariat and the organizing team will be able to help you. Thank you once again. Blessings.
We were in the parliament. Yeah. Actually, which you gave guidance. Yes, no, yes, no, it is this one we actually in a hall somewhere down.